Good evening, councilors. Can I have a motion to resume from recess?
So moved.
A motion has been made by the Vice Chair, Marmo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Luzon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. Councilors, today is, Cathal, what day of budget hearing is it today? The fourth? The fourth day of budget hearing. For the councilors, and I know we received this email, but for the to reiterate to the councilors and also for those viewing at home, we do have some changes. Today we have the mayor's office that was rescheduled for today. The fire department was also rescheduled for today. We have Greater Lawrence Technical School, debt services, intergovernmental assessment, employee benefits, risk management, other finances uses, and we also have the Office of Planning and Development in their subsidies that was also rescheduled for this evening. Councilors, I'm gonna take the school department out of order because we were told that there was another commitment and we're already late. So we're gonna take Greater Lawrence Technical School first. And we do have the Superintendent, John Lavoy, here with us this evening, and School Committee Member Julio Mejia. Superintendent, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for allowing me to present our budget this evening. But I do want to start off by saying a special thank you to the citizens of Lawrence, and particularly the city government, for all the support to GLTS that they give year after year after year. 70% of our students. 70% of our students come from the city of Lawrence, which we're thrilled to have, and make up the largest portion of our students. And the one thing I want to really say about our students, as I don't care who comes in our building, they are always highly impressed with the students. We are so fortunate to have the students we have in the communities they come from. So thanks so much for your support. The other thing I do want to say, I know that there's been I have to say a special thank you to the City Council for the support in helping us obtain our hangar at the city airport. We finally own it. Thanks to the City of Lawrence, who had purchased it for us and kept it at bay and held it for us until we could afford to purchase it. When we finally purchased it, it would have never happened without the city. The program would never have happened without the support of the city, the mayor, and without the vision of Giovanni and Vivian, there would be no aviation program at Greater Lawrence Technical School. So thanks for your vision for it. Now will become reality. It's been approved by FAA. We're waiting for the final certificate, which takes about 2 months. We hope to get it sometime in the beginning of July. Once we have the certificate, we'll do a ceremony out at the airport, invite the entire city council, and honor those who supported so much of the effort to make that program a reality. So with that said, I'd like to go over the budget. We are fortunate this year, next year's budget, that we've got an overall increase of about $4 million in our budget. A big portion of the increase in contribution from our communities is based on.
What page are you on?
I'm on. Do you have my budget, or are you looking at yours? Oh yes. So I'm on page 18.
I also want to thank Greater Lawrence Technical School for providing this budget almost 3 weeks in advance. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gave us plenty of time to review this.
Okay, you're welcome. So I was saying that we, overall, our budget has gone up about a little over $4 million. A lot of that was due to the increase in enrollment. For probably the 15th year in a row, we've continued to increase our enrollment from about 1,200 to where we are now at about 1,850 students, of which 70% is from the City of Lawrence. The allocation or the assessment for the City of Lawrence going into school year 2026 for our foundation budget is $1,730,009. which is an increase of $62,226 from last year, as a result of 24 more students this October 1st than we had the year before. And we expect that number to increase again with our new students coming in for school year 2026, as we are taking in 500 freshmen this year, which is an increase of about 30 students from last year. So we continue that growth due to expansion of programs and opportunities with new programming to offer more space for students. It's been our commitment to continue to provide more seats. As you know, that has been a challenge for all vocational schools, but none more than Greater Lawrence Technical School. Right now, we have 644 students on the wait list, which we hope to reduce that a little bit before September starts. As far as the non-foundation revenues for the City of Lawrence, the non-foundation assessment is $2,092,411, which is a minus of $121,751 from last year, which is a decrease due to fixed assets, which were total $2 million for all our communities last year, and this year we assessed communities at $1 million, so that helped reduce the assessment for all of our communities, and Lawrence in particular, who has the largest portion of that due to 70% of the students that come to Greater Lawrence Technical School. So if you look at non-foundation assessments on page 20, you'll see that it includes transportation, the OPET trust fund, fixed assets, and the long-term debt service, which is $249,145 for a total local contribution of $2,092,411.
Councilors, before we move forward, continue moving forward, are there any questions pertaining the non-foundation and foundational numbers that we have in front of us? Council Marmo.
I'm not sure if this question should be directed to our CAFO, but so I'm seeing Chapter 70. We will be receiving, or it is, from my understanding, in the amount of $41,447,422. Correct? Is Greater Lawrence Technical School required, or not Greater Lawrence Tech, the city, required to come up with the 5% to offset the 5% that that Chapter 70 is not providing?
So how it works is the City of Lawrence, a contribution or assessment under the foundation budget of the $41 million. The state is providing $41,447,422, and then each of our communities assesses the remainder, which adds up to $50,261,121, which is the total foundation revenue, which is assessed by the state. They determine those numbers. We don't determine those numbers, but your assessment is based on the ability of the city, based on local tax rate for your community in terms of property value, and then also in terms of income, average income for the citizens of your community. And I believe it's at about 12%. It's about 12% of what the state puts at in terms of your contribution, and which is the same as the contribution that you pay to your high school in Lawrence. So the difference is that per student costs at Greater Lawrence is higher than per student costs for students that go to Lawrence High School. So in essence, you'll pay a little bit more because of that per student.
That's fine. The question is, has the city been paying their portion, or at least the minimum that is required?
Yes.
Have we been paying the minimum required for the city of Lawrence? Or have we not given the minimum?
So you've paid the assessment that the state requires you to pay, not more, not less.
And the reason why I asked this, and this is, I'm going to relay this information to the CAFO, and hopefully this message gets to the mayor. It's because I'm often seeing, and I'm looking forward to having this conversation also with the superintendent from Lawrence Public Schools as well. Oftentimes, I'm seeing that we're just doing the bare minimum. The city's only providing the bare minimum and what would be required on our end to provide adequate education. And I think it's time that we stop doing that. So I wanted to make sure on our end, if we're holding up our end of the bargain in terms of the minimum required funding that is required for the city of Lawrence to Greater Lawrence Tech.
You are meeting your responsibilities for sure, and we do not, as far as foundation budget goes, we only require or request from our communities what the state assesses you at. We know some communities may assess or try to assess their communities higher than that, and that's up to the community whether they want to fund that increase or not. But we never go beyond, we've never gone beyond, at least since I've been superintendent, we've never asked for anything more than the assessment that the state has established. So the state has established this number based on the formula, the state formula for the responsibility of the city of Lawrence to pay their share. And that's where the number comes from, which is based on student per student cost to educate a student at GLTS, which is about between 25 and 26,000 per student, and the percentage that the state has established for providing education is, I believe, about 20% of the cost per student. And each community is different. So if you look at the city of Methuen, their per pupil cost and their percentage is 50% of what the cost would be based on the state formula.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Superintendent, you can continue. Oh, you can continue. You can continue.
Oh, okay, thanks. So when you add up our total revenue for 2026 between foundation and non-foundation, our total revenue is $54,935,906, which doesn't include any. This is just funding our day program. We also have our After Dark program, which is a separate fund, and then we also have our Workforce Development Fund programs, which comes from mostly MassCore, where is not any assessment to the city or towns for that. It's programs we get grants for to offer opportunities for citizens to who are unemployed or underemployed to be retrained in new career areas. To give you an example, we had a graduation today for students that took 4 different programs, adults that took 4 different programs, of which 75% of them were placed in jobs. 100% of them in the automotive program were placed in jobs for our workforce development program.
question? Oh,
I could tell you a little bit in terms of, we are right now looking at 2 new programs for the future, which will allow us to provide more access, so we'll be able to take in more students looking towards the future. So we're working with a partnership with MSPCA to start a veterinarian assistant program and an animal science program. And we were at Lawrence General today looking at doing a partnership with Lawrence General where they are looking to work with us to provide more space so we can expand all our medical programs and do additional pathways, including a LPN program that we'll be starting for an evening program as well. So we continue to look at ways to provide more training and support for the citizens of Lawrence. We look at it as a way of we have a responsibility in terms of making sure we support as many citizens in opportunities for growth and training in the work field in the areas that there is high demand in whichever careers within our area, within our communities that are seeking skilled help.
what page?
Oh, I'm done. Oh, you're done? I'm done, unless you have questions.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Council President. Was this budget already approved by your school committee?
Yes, the budget's been approved by the school committee. If you look on page 25, you can get a sense of the function chart of how the money is distributed between instruction, pupil services, administration. So 53% of our budget goes towards instruction, and then 11% to pupil services, 8% for maintenance, fixed charges 20%, 5% for administration, 2% for capital improvement, and debt services is 1%. So that makes up the percentage of where our funds are allocated to which programs. And then there's a breakdown of each program in the back of our budget book that shows you how funds are spent in each of our technical programs and each of our function areas, including everything from administration to maintenance, so you can get a sense of how our dollars are spent at GLTS.
Page 47. Hi, how are you? Capital 47. Capital improvement funding. Can you go over that, please?
This is a breakdown of non-foundation budget, where funds go. So you see busing there, and the breakdown of the different areas of busing where funds are going to. So our regular busing costs are approximately $2,031,309, which is an increase from the year before because we have more buses, because we have more students than we've had in the past. So that's gone up a little bit. Then we have so it shows you each of the areas in which we provide busing for late or detention, sports bus, regular summer, the homeless, after dark program, which goes from 2:30 to 5:30, foster, busing for SPED inside the district and outside the district, the OPED trust fund, capital improvement funding, which goes to everything from improvement within the building to equipment and support for programming throughout the school, and then the long-term debt cost, which is about $325,000 for debt for projects that the city has approved in the past for a bond. That's we're paying off our bond for a previous project.
Any other questions or comments? Council Marmal.
Superintendent, with all the other departments, when it comes to budget, we have asked that the department heads go into detail regarding every change per line item. So I'm looking at page 24, I'm noticing certain line items where there's an increase and some that are a decrease. If you could just walk us through, give us some sort of explanation, justifying, validating, explaining, what is the cause of these changes, and then we'll go from there.
So the changes each department, why each department has changes in their budget? So each budget it depends on equipment that, so we,
Let me give you an example. So on page 24, administration, I'm seeing a change.
oh, you're looking at page 24.
Page 24, and I'm starting with administration because it's the first line item. There's a change, I believe there's an increase of $92,248. So if you want to start from there and then walk us through what are the reasonings behind these changes?
So in terms of administration, there's a change of $92,248, which could be made up. I don't have the specifics here with me for each one of these line items. I can say that in terms of administration, 92,248 change might be because of contract increases in salaries due to changes, and I believe we may have one more administrator in 2026 than we had the year before. So that would make up the difference, the increase in that particular lineup, I would say. Instruction has gone up because we're hiring more staff this next upcoming year, particularly to support students. So just to give you one example, because this year about 70% of our freshman class came in below grade level in reading. We have hired next year, as of next year, we have hired 4 reading specialists to offer special reading programs and courses.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that percentage?
About 70% of our 9th graders this year came in below grade level in reading.
And from the 9th grade, how many students are currently make up that 9th grade class?
400, about 485.
485. And from that 485, what is the percentage of students coming from the city of Lawrence?
About 70%.
All right, continue. Thank you.
So a lot of these line items are, so if you look at the discipline office, so some of these, a lot of these increases may be due to either pay raises or a hiring of a staff member, insecurity. So if you go through each line item, it may be an increase in materials or costs for a particular, whether it be tools or materials for a department, so that might increase some of the costs. If you look at insurance of active employees, so our health insurance costs have gone up, and so the increase of $1,026,000 is to offset that cost of health insurance increases. We know that health insurance in 2026 for our school is going up 18% from where it was this year, which is a substantial increase. So consequently, you see an increase in our insurance for active employees of $1 million. So depending on, and then our other insurances for the facility and our student coverages for insuring our students, this actually has a minus of $21,000. Rental and leases have brought in an extra $25,000 this year. School choice, which we do not do school choice anymore, so we don't bring in any funds for that. So that you'll see that reduced year after year, has gone down $11,000. And then special education tuition has about 15,000 more, which is a little specifically for working with special ed students after school, providing tutoring for those students. So that's why you're seeing a $15,000 increase in there. So each of these line items represent something to do specific to a department. And you'll see the largest one, of course, is instruction, because that's where our biggest costs are to run the school.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I'm seeing here that line item 3,000, which is pupil transportation, page 24.
Item 3,000.
Pupil transportation, first one on
Function 3,000.
foundation.
Yes, that has been going up for about 300,000, 301,000,
Yes,
488.
yep. That's gone up due to an increase in number of buses we use, because we transport more students than we did the year before, because we've taken in more students.
Okay, so what are the measurements that it's been taken to reduce the transportation in general? Because obviously every year we have costs have increased, but there is other ways that we can improve when it comes to potential costs for the transportation. Have you at the school have discussed the potential issue of transportation? And because that extra cost is directly correlated to less services to the students.
Mm-hmm.
So how does the school potentially
Yep.
have
So we have a
Talk about
busing contract. I believe we have next year and the year after, 2 more years on this contract, and we'll put it out to an RFP and have it rebid so that different companies can bid on the contract. And so right now we have, our services is with Reading Transportation. They provide our busing, both for our day school as well as for our after dark students, and they also then all our sporting events and tutoring and any of the extra busing we need to get students home after school who are involved in many extracurricular activities. It's the same company that provides the busing. So we've tried to find, so one of the things we've been talking about is we thought about maybe one of the ways we could save on busing and transportation is if we could buy 3 buses ourselves, and then we could transport the sports, the after-school events. But first, we'd have to put an investment in purchasing the buses, and then the next biggest challenge is finding bus drivers, as the bus companies are having a real hard time finding bus drivers. Now, we have minibuses. We have 8 minibuses, and I've offered the custodians that we would train them and help them get a 7D license. Then they could do some of the help with the transportation, like transporting sporting events, because these are minibuses that hold 14 students, and if you have a 7D license, then you can drive. So we've tried to encourage our custodians to make extra money by doing some of that busing for us, and we have had no success. No one seems to want to get involved in doing busing work, but so we have looked at trying to find options for busing. Just some of the just give you an idea of some of the transportation. So we have a student a one-on-one student that we transport. That just to transport that one student is $40,000 a year for one minivan to drive that student back and forth. So busing is a real challenge, not only for us, but I'm sure for the city of Lawrence and many other communities that we struggle with day in and day out. You know, we have students, homeless students that live as far out as Framingham that we have to transport, that go to Greater Lawrence, and we have to transport them every day back and forth, and that's a very expensive proposition as well. So I think we have 6 to 8 students that are being transported to different communities around the state who are homeless or, so when they're homeless, by law, they can continue to go to GLTS, and we have to provide the busing for them, transportation to get them back and forth to school. And then we can, with some communities, we try to split the cost. So if they're coming from Framingham, we try to get Framingham to pay for half of it, and we pay for half of it. So we do try to figure out ways of reducing our transportation costs.
Well, I'll tell you some research that I have done
Oh,
when
great.
it comes to the transportation issue.
Yeah, we would love to see that. Yeah,
Well,
any ideas?
No. This is not. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah,
To be fully transparent.
Wait, he's gonna tell you right now.
well, take any ideas you have or thoughts you have.
You can set up a meeting with him or
No.
something, or, you know.
No, wait. You know what's the main issue with the transportation contract?
No,
That we leave everything under one contract. And obviously, you're getting one rate for one specific company and one bid for your transportation.
yes.
My question is, if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Have you have a second bid for your transportation?
So we did have for the After Dark program a separate contractor.
Yeah, it's a
do
second
it.
bid for one section, right?
Yes,
But for the main school, only one bid.
yes,
Right, exactly.
yep,
That's my whole point.
yep. For a long time, you could only get one company to even bid on you, put a bid
Exactly.
in.
That's, you just mentioned it. You just saying it.
Yes,
You
But
just
you can't find
discovering the fraud that have happened throughout different school districts in the state of Massachusetts.
yep,
You know how that work? Don't bid on my contract, and I won't bid in yours. Don't come to my town, and I won't come to yours.
well,
That's
collusion.
that's how it's been going. I saw it, $10 million contract with the regular public school. You know how you avoid that? Splitting the contract into many little contracts.
Okay,
So perhaps if you have homeless kids
yes,
and you have foster students
yes,
that they are allowed to come to the school, do not include that there, because that one student gonna cost you $40,000
right,
under the same contract. If you split that contract onto perhaps Uber, it will be cheaper. And I say Uber, it sounds funny, but guess what? There is many districts around the country that are using those type of transportation instead for those type of students.
So it's interesting you say that, because we have a meeting with Uber to look at doing exactly that. Next week, we're meeting with Uber to look at the possibility of them doing some transportation for us for those kinds of situations. So,
And let me tell you something. Also, using the locals for other type of contract, perhaps the, say local vendors, perhaps the sport events. If you don't have it together on the main contract, you won't pay thousands of dollars, or perhaps you don't necessarily have to use them as a first choice. Because sometimes the school system use the local vendors for some type of events during the
Yeah.
summer especially.
yeah,
But the problem here is that if we're putting everything together into one contract, we're gonna have a higher bid, because you only have one company
right,
that is bidding into your contract. And let's say perhaps if they want to increase your budget next year for $10 million,
yep,
they will. And
Yeah.
then you're gonna have to go through another process or perhaps cancel the bid. But that's not optimum, that's not right.
yeah,
What we need to do at the school level to be able to improve that situation, and I also have the same question for the school district, trust me,
yep,
is to split to split those contracts into many little contracts,
right,
not just having one, because and then you can have local vendors that are be able to bid
yep,
on different minor little contract within transportation, and provide economic opportunity to the local vendors, to the local economy,
Yeah.
increase the local economy, provide better transportation because they get to know the students. They're not new to the community and stuff like that. But essentially, those are the little things that we might be able to say, yes, we can do that, but it's going to be a lot more work. Yes, potentially it's a lot more work because you're going to have to manage different contracts.
Yeah, yeah,
But if we want to really improve that section of the school and allow the student to take more services out of those increasements that are significantly more, just because you have one vendor that is always bidding on the same contract. And trust me, everybody knows that, but nobody want to talk about it.
yeah. Well, I think I hear you that a good strategy is when you break it down that way, you may have smaller companies that can afford and have enough buses that can meet your needs for a smaller contract than for a large contract, so then you might get a better price. And you're also giving opportunities to smaller companies to grow within your community.
Essentially, there is one school that I would like you to perhaps not necessarily look into it, but see what they did.
Yes,
And Lawrence, that actually is using, not the same company,
yeah,
is using another company that is providing transportation services.
yeah,
And they figured it out. They figured it out, and they said, if we keep on going this way, eventually, Chapter 70 money that is supposed to be for education, gonna have to be used for
Right.
something else.
yeah,
So, and that's not quite right. So just look into that to see if it is any possibility to kind of like provide, splitting the contract into
yeah,
many little contracts. Not the main one perhaps, but other ones that you just mentioned, homeless, foster students,
yeah. Tutoring,
tutorings,
Yeah.
summer,
yeah,
after dark,
yeah,
many sport transportation and
Programs,
stuff
yeah.
like that. Those are little things that you can take it out of that contract and be able to kind of like manage it differently and
Yeah.
potentially reduce
Yep.
the cost.
yeah. No, I take your suggestion seriously. I'll look into that. If you have the name of a school that does that, I'd be happy to talk to them. If you email me that, I'd love to talk to them.
I will send you that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Council Marmy.
Bear with me, Superintendent, I'm a stickler for certain things. So, back to page 26, I'm making notes in chronological order of things that I would like for you to address. So, under the superintendent section of things, I'm noticing.
Page 26?
Page 26. Noticing an increase for superintendent, it's 10,500. For assistant superintendent, 8,949. Executive assistant superintendent, 4,574. These are all of the three positions that I've mentioned, these are non-union, correct?
They're not new.
They're not non-union, I'm sorry. I'm trying to say.
They're on individual contracts?
Contracts.
Yes, they
And
are.
are these increases a reflection of the contract that we have in place, or is this a negotiated number
It's,
that we're seeing?
any increases in there would be maybe due to their contract or due to COLA. Most of the non-union contracts have merit clauses in their contract. So if they meet a particular performance standard, then they would get, typically it's been 1% the last few years. So if you take like my own contract, the assistant superintendent, a lot of the non-rep contracts have performance clauses in their contract. If they meet a certain performance, they can get up to well, typically it's been, the committee has awarded 1% for those contracts that have reached either proficient or greater, and they have performance in their contract, have gotten an increase of an extra 1%.
In that same category, I'm seeing minor increases on the following items. So superintendent travel, conference, other. Do you mind going over why are we increasing these line items? And what is superintendent guest? And go into detail regarding superintendent public relations.
So,
Superintendent other, so I wanna, I highlighted superintendent travel, superintendent conference, superintendent other, superintendent guests, and superintendent public, I can't talk today.
I
Yep.
can
Public
answer the
rela-
public
Are you the
relations.
public
So I could, real quick, just to answer that one real quick.
Okay.
Being the former marketing director of GLTS, the public relations line item under the superintendent was the budget that myself and the person that worked for me used for the event. So any printing, even, we had a consultant at one point, marketing consultants, any giveaways, anything that pertain, advertisements, newspaper ads, radio ads, all of that, Facebook and social media ads, all of those costs came out of that line item. Unless it changed this year, but when I was there, that's what it was used for.
so a lot of these particular items that you're looking at where it has increases, are services, like outside services may be either for myself or other use for other material, other administrators that might need outside services. We put it in my budget line item. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's being spent by myself. So, so if you look at supplies, I don't spend $23,000 on supplies. I might spend $500 on supplies, but we use a lot of that funds for supplies throughout the school at times. So it's not reflective of just my particular budget. Hardware, software. So these particular line items, travel. So just to give you an example, this year went on one conference. So in my travel budget, I probably spent $2,000. And then we had other administrators that went on conferences or other places also. Comes out of that line item at all. So it supports other positions, particularly administrative positions, that the money is in my budget in order to fund some of the activities that happen throughout the school, mostly under administration.
My apologies, so you went over superintendent guest, is that when you have visitors, superintendent guest is when visitors come and tour, or they're visiting the school?
Superintendent's desk. That- On page 26?
Page 26, superintendent guest is right above, it's right above public relations. For fiscal year 2025 it was for 20,000.
Oh, yes. You're
There's an
saying yes.
increase of 10,000.
Yep. So that's for any person, any events that we have. If we have, like I had the legislative breakfast. And so that would fund the costs of the legislative breakfast for all the legislators that came to the Four Winds, and we provided them breakfast. That's where so if we have, often there might be have meetings with somebody from the community or the state, or so that's what any of that money goes towards meeting any people that come to the school to do a tour of the school, or to do a visit of the school. So there are a lot of different people. You'll find that if I was to show you what those, if you broke down the specific POs for that goes in a lot of different places. So it looks like it's all for, a lot of it, you'll see that a lot of this goes towards supporting people outside the school that come to visit the school for various reasons.
on page 30, Director of Language, Culture, and Equity, I'm seeing an increase of 69,628. Is this due to COLA? Or, I must say that when I'm looking at your budget book, it's hard to tell if there was previously a vacant position and we're adding, if it's a new hire. It's also difficult to see, it's also difficult to notice, and I'll touch on that in my next question, because I'm looking at every department program, and I'm seeing that there's like 3 or 4 instructors, but I'm only seeing like the total difference. I'm not able to see the individual difference. Oh, I can't talk today, I'm so sorry. I don't notice or can't tell the individual line item differences per position, if that makes any sense.
So,
So I'm seeing the total difference for that department,
Right.
but I'm not seeing individually if it's,
So if-
if it's divided by,
so
like,
if you
let's
have
just
three
say it's
people
4.
in the co- if you have 3 people in a department, each person might have a different salary based on where they are on the salary schedule. So their increases may be different based on if they get a degree, or if they take 15 credits, they may move across. And so then they not only get a COLA 3%, but they may get 3% because they've moved across on the salary schedule. So you would see a larger increase for them than you would for somebody else. So for every employee, it's going to be different in terms of, it could be different in terms of percentage of increase in their salary, depending on the changes within their credentials, their education.
I get that, but in this book, you can't tell the difference, because
you-
I'm only seeing the total
But
difference.
that's not broken down in the book.
No, exactly, and maybe, we've been accustomed to our budget book. When we receive our budget from the mayor's office, we're able to see every line item and what's the difference, whether it's an increase or a decrease. We're able to see it, per line item, per position, versus with this budget book, it's just giving me the total, and I'm not seeing where the increase exactly is coming from per line item. Again, not sure if I'm making any sense.
No, I understand what
okay.
you're saying. So you can look at a line item like carpentry, let's say, and you want to know how come they have an increase of $10,000 in equipment. They may have a special need where they need new staging. So we may increase their budget on a particular year by $10,000 so we can purchase the staging that they need for that particular program. And each year it depends on what the equipment needs, what the tool needs, what the material needs are. And a lot of that's driven by the curriculum. The curriculum drives what their material needs may be. So
I'm curious to know, Superintendent, why isn't your Director of Finance here with you tonight?
why is she not here tonight?
Yeah,
Because I said I would be able to come and do it myself.
okay. All right. Well, she should be here with you tonight in case, for specific questions. I mean, we have our finance team here. So I think it might be helpful in the future to have.
Sure.
I do remember your former director, Maria. Maria used to come to these.
Maria used to come,
Yeah.
but she didn't always come. Sometimes she did.
Sometimes, but
Yeah,
you
most
might,
of the time she came,
Yeah.
but there were a few times she
you
didn't.
might need that extra support sometimes, so.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I'll make sure she comes with me next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counselor?
I'll just go back to where I initially had started. I said in page 30, Director of Language, Culture, and Equity, I'm seeing an increase of 69,628. Is this due to a COLA increase? Or is this a new position? I don't know. I can't tell.
This is on page 30. You're looking in the first column?
Page 30, under Admin, Professional, Director of Language, Culture, and Equity,
Oh, yes, okay.
an increase of 69,628.
Oh, full-time Sorry, Superintendent, we just realized something that went over our heads, and we're over here joking about it. But, so, the question the counselors asked, and Director of Language, Culture, and Equity, their salary went up 69,628. So is this a
So-
new position, or is this because of?
It's not just her salary, because if you look at it, proposed budget for that particular program, for that department, is $1,085,726. That's not her salary. Her salary is $153,000. So she did not get an increase of $69,000, but the department got an increase of $69,000. So we may have hired another instructor that works under her.
Oh, I see.
That's the only
where you're-
thing I would say. It's
Okay.
not the director herself that got the $69,000. It's
So-
the
So that's, so
the
this-
other staffs that are, it's part of the staff, all the staff in that particular department.
Yeah,
So we
yeah, we're
might have
seeing-
added another staff member in that particular department.
Yeah,
I
we're-
think I think we're adding a paraprofessional in that department. So that's what would reflect
So
with the increase.
we're now understanding that. So this is a feedback to bring back to your Director of Finance.
Yep,
Just because summing it all under this, on the same line item as Director of Language, using this as an example, Director of Language, Culture, and Equity, to us, it looks like that's her or his
It's
or
her
her
increase.
salaries
no,
increase.
I can understand looking at that's what it looks like, yeah. Well, we could break out, another way to do that is if we were to break out each individual salary under that department, then you'd be able to tell where the increases are.
Right, like for example, I think we have, let me use the mayor's office, 'cause I'm looking at the senior advisor, the mayor's office, right? We have a page of all
Sure.
the positions that they have within their office.
Yep,
How much it was proposed last year, how much is proposed this year, and for each salary, whether there's an increase or decrease, it's listed for every position, not just the mayor's,
so-
but the whole department.
yeah. So in all honesty, the city council has never asked us for that much detail and breakdown of so we never provided it. But if that's the way you want us, if you want us to break it down even further, then we can do that.
Thank you. I'm surprised your school committee isn't asking for this. They should be the ones asking for more itemized, detailed budgets, because anyone can get a little bit confused about, reading this. But, yeah, there's always room for improvement.
Superintendent, so I'm not,
Okay, John.
Superintendent, so I'm not, let's spice this up a little bit,
Are you-
Could you,
You
let's
like it
spice this
spicy?
up. I feel like some of us are kind of like snoozing a bit. I'm looking at each program, right? Some, I see that there's an increase on some of these programs, and some, there's a decrease. Walk me through the ones that, there's a decrease. So, for example, page 32, IT, there's a decrease of 46,954. On page 33, we have carpentry, there's a decrease in that department in the amount of 49,652. So, me looking at this, I could be wrong, but it worries me, and it shows me that there's potential challenges with the program. Is there a decrease in enrollment with students? Are we having
So
issues
business
with
tax too.
hiring instructors? So are we letting go of anybody? Please walk me through that.
So tell me again, which programs you want me to talk
So
about?
let's start, again, in chronological order, page 32, I see IT.
So IT has 46,000, let's see, So they have 3 instructors in that particular program, and so the biggest decrease I see in that was technology hardware. So this present year, they had 51,000 in hardware, and so we may have purchased new servers or new equipment for that program this year, but they won't need that same equipment next year because we purchased it this year. So last year we put a lot more money in that particular line. So a lot of these numbers are driven by, like, we have advisory committees every year, right? An advisory committee will make recommendations as this particular program needs certain equipment. So we build the budget, we'll add extra money in their particular line item that impacts where they're making recommendations for us to make increases or provide more materials or more equipment or more tools. So that's a perfect case where this year they had $51,000 because they must have had a major need for new technology or new equipment. They might have had to we might have had to purchase all brand new computers for that particular department. And so that's why you're seeing, so then it reflects that their budget this year is less than last year only because they had that major increase the year before. So each department's different depending on their needs. It changes every year. And so we have a certain amount of money, and we try to provide, when we look at the budget, we look at what are the recommendations and where can we fund the needs, the greatest needs. And then a lot of times, some needs that shops may have, we get grant money, and we use the grant money. It doesn't get even reflected in our budget. So like this year, we probably got over, I'm going to say over well, just recently today, we were talking about our capital skills grant, which we had $4 million in, and there's $130,000 left in that grant, which was designated for either medical programs or for aviation. And after we visited Lawrence General today, they were telling us that there's a need for radiologists, assistants, and that they in the hospital are desperately in need of that, and not just Lawrence General, but across the state, and that you can have a certificate program, which is a brand new option that the state just approved in May. So we're going to invest that $130,000 into buying equipment so we can have a pathway off of our medical programs for radiology to train kids for that career area, which has a high need in terms of skilled labor and great job opportunities for the future. So that's just an example of how we can move money around to make sure that the needs of a particular program are meeting the needs of what the industry is looking for and what we think is in the best interest of kids, and training them and finding jobs for them. And our programs are always changing based on what we hear from our advisory and what's going on in the real world, and how we got to fund our programs based on that to make sure that we're training kids and they have the things they need, whether it be materials or tools or equipment or instruction. So that's why you're going to see the numbers all different in all of these programs based on the individual shop needs and what industry's looking for.
So the programs that there is a decrease is not necessarily that the program is in danger. It's
No,
just simply that.
No, we're not looking, we are not looking to close any programs. Yeah, all these programs, we expect to be there a long time. And we expect to add 2 or 3 more programs over the next year or 2, which then will increase our enrollment by 300 students and get us up over 2,000. We are committed to providing more access and making sure that the programs we offer, there's a strong job market for it. And so just for example, we're going to expand our medical assistant program from 30 students a year to 60 students a year in our programs because there's a high demand for it. We're starting an LPN program because we just found out from Lawrence General, they say they have a high need for LPN. At one time, Lawrence General never hired LPN nurses. Now they are, because the state has changed some of the regulations. The Board of Nursing has changed some of the regulations, and LPN nurses can do things in a hospital they couldn't do 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So that's making it a role that's become useful and needed in the hospitals when it was before. So it makes sense for us to start training, and this, we'll start with adult, there'll be adult programs that we do our LPN program in. And we got a grant from the Smith Foundation to start the LPN program. So the Smith Foundation's the same foundation that provided the funds to start the After Dark program, which was the first one in the Commonwealth. So they're gonna fund us getting off the ground the LPN. They just gave us a check for $10,000 for planning and getting it all organized, and they'll continue to help fund to get the program off the ground, both with equipment, because one of the first things you have to do to start an LPN program is you have to hire a nurse with a master's license who will, it takes a year to put the program in place and set everything up, so that's a $100,000 salary that we would have to put up front before we even start the program. They're going to help us with that, the Smith Foundation. And we went out and seek that funding from corporate foundations that have helped us. We have 4 or 5 foundations that have given us a lot of money over the last few years to get a lot of things off the program. We have a lot. So if you come and visit, I can show you a lot of new programs and new things going on in the school that were not there, 3 years ago when you were there, that are totally new. We've drastically made a lot of changes. We continue to make changes. We're the leading school in clean energy training and research for high schools in Massachusetts. We do a lot of work with the Clean Energy Center. You don't have to believe me. You can reach out to Clean Energy Center and the state Massachusetts Clean Energy Center and ask them who does. They just had a summit, and we were Susan Amano, who helps run these programs, was the keynote speaker for them. And I ran some of the workshops for them as well. There was over 300 people there. I ran 2 workshops, and Susan was the keynote speaker because we do so much work in that area, which we never did when you were there. And we have a brand new building that's going to be finished, a 40 by 90-foot 2-story barn. That's going to be a clean energy research and implementation lab to train all the construction trades in the new technology happening in clean energy. So there's a lot of initiatives and growing that's going on in the school.
I'm glad to hear regarding the addition of the LPN program. I'm not sure if you remember, but I did advocate to have that program added way back when I was a committee member there, and I was told that there wasn't a demand for it.
There wasn't at the time. At the time.
There was.
Well,
I just
at the
feel like
time,
sometimes the data, not
at
sure
that
where you guys
time,
get it
yeah.
from.
So just recently,
Because the same
laws
thing
have
happened
changed.
with the aviation program when I first advocated for it.
Yeah.
I had to defend that there was a demand for it.
So we believed you and started the program, right?
What was that?
We believed you and put the program together.
Yeah, thank God.
It took 4 years, but it's finally there.
So we do have 1,
Superintendent,
2, 3,
Super-
4,
can I
like
add one more
other-
thing?
Yeah. last question.
Superintendent, in this budget, is this reflecting are you guys still in negotiations and adding the Elks in order to
Expand the nursing program?
to expand your enrollment? You obviously are gaining more students by the year, yet it still remains to be the same space. The
Yeah,
space is
well-
not getting any bigger.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's not going to be the same. That's why we're trying to do a partnership with the Lawrence General, who now owns the Holy Family Hospital. We met with the president today of Lawrence General, Diana Richardson, who's the interim president right now, to talk about a partnership with them, which will include space that we can expand and move our medical and our health assistant programs in the hospital, which will open up space at the school. And so that's in lieu of the Elks, because we have not been able to get the Elks because they would not willing to release it or sell it. So we've been looking for an alternative, and this is the alternative that we're seeking, which is actually a better alternative because our kids will now have more opportunities to train in different pathways right in the hospital, which will motivate and help them we do clinical there now. This will help expand that clinical program we do with the hospital now. So, yeah. So we haven't forgot the vision or the need for that. We're just going down a different pathway because we can't get them, we have not been able to get them to do that. The good news, it's going to save the community money because we don't have to buy it for $4 million. So that we don't have to do a bond now. That saves the communities a lot of money, and we're going to do something different with the hospitals.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear, and just to make sure that we're moving this meeting further along and not holding everyone else up, I feel the need to say that I am proud of the work that Greater Lawrence Technical School is doing. However, in order for us to continue to be in collaboration with the school, in order for the school to continue its mission and vision, I urge you to do better in terms of your communication, Superintendent. And I say this wholeheartedly in the sense of I genuinely love the school. I love the students that attend the school. I love the success and the opportunities that we're giving to the students and to the students within our community. But I've called you several times. I've left messages, and I feel neglected, disrespected, and not valued when I don't get a response back. And I see myself being nothing but a contribution and an asset to the initiatives that you are trying to propel within your institution. So I would love to continue to work with you and to continue to see all of us as contributing members to all the things that you want to do at Greater Lawrence Tech.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I apologize if we haven't reached out enough. I know that have called you back several times. But I asked my assistant to call you several times, and she told me that you never returned her calls. Okay, I'm just telling you, but
Well,
it's not because we
know
don't.
what happened. We don't
But
know.
let me say this.
No, I know. I have a phone and I have a city email,
But
so.
let me say this, Vivian. I'll give you my
So
cell
we don't
number,
know-
and you can call me anytime.
All
Okay.
right. So long story short, you asked your assistant to call. Whether she did it or not, we don't know. But we do know that Council Marmol did not receive a phone call, so let's just make sure that that gets situated on the GLTS end. Superintendent, thank you so much for being here tonight. I have nothing but great things to say about the school. You know, I'm your biggest advocate. And I look forward to seeing you guys again for our special budget meeting.
Okay, and when we have the grand opening at the hangar in probably.
I'm inviting myself.
Okay,
I'm inviting myself.
we'll advertise the date on Facebook and you can come. You don't even have to be invited.
All right,
You're
thank
always
you so
welcome. Thank
much.
you.
Someone- If you leave, I don't have quorum, so can we continue this? All right, next we have the mayor's office.
Can I have staff go before? I'll stay.
Okay.
I'll stay and wait until everybody
Fire
finishes.
department. Chief, how are you?
Good evening, councilors.
Good
How are you?
evening. Thank
Going
you
to be
for
going
being
to
with
page
us.
75, Acting Fire Chief Patrick Delaney.
75. So I do want to remind the committee and the viewers, the original date that the fire department was scheduled
Yes.
for was the graduation of your son.
Yes.
So congratulations for that.
And I want to thank the council for being so flexible and understanding, and thanks for moving us. We really appreciate it.
No problem. All right, walk us through your department. Walk us through the changes. As you heard, Council Marmol mentioned previously, we want to know why things either increased or decreased, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, I also want to recognize the council. I know this is a busy time of year for you guys. I've been here several nights. I've watched you guys. It's you do an awful lot, and it doesn't go unnoticed, and you do a lot of hard work. So here we go.
We're gonna
Everybody-
take it by, sorry, we're gonna take it by section, because you have a
Yep.
few. And then
Yep.
we're gonna do the first part, we're gonna stop.
I got you.
Let the
Yep.
counselors ask questions, et cetera. and then
Sounds
continue.
good.
Okay.
All right, so we're on page 75, everybody all set?
Yep.
All right, so this proposed budget is aligned with the mayor's commitment to fiscal responsibility while ensuring the preservation of emergency services and safeguarding the safety and well-being of all residents. If it pleases the council, let's see, we're gonna go to 75. I'm gonna explain the changes and answer the questions that you have at the end or whenever you'd like. The fire department budget is divided into 5 divisions: fire administration, which is the chief's office, fire prevention investigation, training, fire alarm administration, and fire suppression, fire alarm, fire mechanical, and fire electrical. It's kind of dark in here, we have no light, I might have to go to my glasses here, so.
You know, we had the same thing with ISD.
It's gonna look good, yeah, yeah, maybe look smarter
When
here.
are they, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the summary page. On page 75, you will see the budget is, for the most part, level funded across all divisions. The total recommended budget for this year is $15,602,200. This total is $190,608 more than last year. Last year was $15,411,592. In general, the only changes were 1 position added to the fire administration to enhance operational capacity. Contractual increases based on collective bargaining agreement, all benefits tied to times of service. So in the fire department, the way you get step increases is, you know, a firefighter with 10 years, then you get something after a firefighter with 15 years, 20 years, so they're all step increases. So a lot of these changes are to that, also with captains, lieutenants, and deputies. So all benefits, that's tied to times of service. Personal services and purchases of services. On a side note, at the recommendation of the Chief Administrative Financial Officer, some funds were consolidated into the same line item just to clean up the budget. So even though you will see some negative numbers, the funds are still in the budget, and you will see a corresponding positive number in a different section. I'll point those out as we go through each section. Only increase was for, it's code red, which for a better word, I call it reverse 911. That goes up every year, and I'll show you that. Oh, no, I'm good. Yeah,
No,
yeah. Can use it the next guy. Yeah, you can leave it right there. I'll grab it if I can. I just got my new glasses, so I've been looking for
We
a,
had the same
oh, look at
situation with,
I'd rather not. I'd rather be able to see. I want to be able to see you guys. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so, you want me to just go through that? We got that part? So the code red emergency, that goes up every year.
so, I'm sorry, where are you right now?
I'll back up. I'm still on page 75. I'm gonna go through that last part again. Personal services and purchase of services.
All right, so let's go through fire administration. Let's go through these pages first.
Yep.
So-
That's the summary page. I'm gonna go right over to
Yeah,
the,
let's get into the details.
okay, we're gonna turn into page 76 and 77. You will see fire administration.
Thank you. All right, chief.
You all there? Okay.
Yep.
In personal services, salary and wages. The first change is the addition of 1 position, an assistant fire chief. Again, I can answer questions that you may have about this, or at the end, if you would like. That changes salary and wages, $145,439. It's $150,000 for the new position. It's minus $4,561 because of collective bargaining, adjustments, time on the job for younger firefighters. So what that means is in administration, we have some younger members that don't get all the benefits as some of the older members. So the pay rate, if approved, would be $150,000, but in the budgets are gonna be $145,000 because of contractual things for the younger firefighters. Also, in personal services, there are several changes that are all adjustments from collective bargaining agreement. So vacation goes up $8,104. Longevity up $599. Academic compensation $605, and then the stipend actually drops a little bit, minus $826. Okay. Lastly, in purchase of service and professional service, 2 items were both moved to a different section. Tuition $2,000, professional services $67,000. So again, most of these were just moved around, and it was into purchase of services and suppression. So I will show you that when I get there. You allow me to move on? Okay. So now we're gonna go page 78 and 79. You'll see fire suppression.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant moved on. All right, let's pause right there.
Yep.
Give me one sec. I'm gonna ask you the same question that I asked our police chief, and I asked him to be completely honest with this committee. Does the fire department actually need an assistant fire chief?
100%, and I have that ready to go in the end. If you want, we could get into that part now.
All right, can you
Or if
explain
let
right
me-
now?
Right now? Okay,
Yeah.
let me get my stuff. Okay, so before I came here tonight, after my duty today, I wrote down some things, 'cause I figured I'd ask this. It's a combination of my thoughts, my ideas, and things that, if I'm approved, things that I would like to do. So there's a lot of laws and mandates that come across us. So one of them that is new is periodic inspections. It came out December 22nd. And it says we must inspect all buildings other than 1 and 2 families. That's 5,000 buildings, and we must assign them a risk level. So that's a big undertaking. Some of my plans, I want to be proactive other than versus reactive. It allows us, this periodic inspections allows us for a presence in the city. See what types of hazards are out there. As like new businesses pop up, we want to be able to assist them with being, in compliance. Periodic inspections allows us to do that, and it truly sees what we have. It's kind of like taking a snapshot of what we have in the city. It will allow us to be more efficiently collaborating with other departments, such as permitting and plan review, and allow us to assist our customers, our citizens. One of the things that I really plan on doing is community risk reduction. That's big in the fire service. We could also include other departments. It's called the 5 E's: enforcement, engineering, education, emergency response, economic incentives. You go out and you concentrate on target hazards, reducing blight, education efforts. All permits must be closed out and inspected. So we go through a lot of permits, and we issue the permits, but every permit that we issue should be closed out. So everything really comes down to manpower as I go on. Wraparound meetings for new projects. We're into planning, zoning, and public education efforts. Okay, this will probably be about 2-3 more minutes. So the National Fire Protection Association states that 10% of our department should be fire prevention. That would be 10 to 12 people. We have 5 divisions, some have subdivisions. It would allow us for functional supervision, which means if you had an assistant chief, it means tasked to report to a special supervisor.
So fire prevention, does that fall under fire suppression? Is that the same thing?
Administration.
No, I'm saying, is fire suppression the same thing as fire prevention?
No, fire prevention would fall under fire administration.
Okay.
Fire suppression is like
Like
is
I'm
the
saying,
trucks.
yeah, like the meeting, does fire suppression mean the same thing as fire prevention?
No.
Okay.
It's a different, it's
Okay.
a subcategory under
Okay.
fire
Got it.
prevention.
Got it, thank you.
Okay? So, for example, functional supervision, like the members on the trucks, the men and the women in the trucks, could report to a deputy for suppression-related items and possibly the assistant chief for inspections. It's additional management to organize our efforts. The fire department is one of the largest departments in the city, and Lawrence is the 11th or 12th biggest in the Commonwealth. We have commercial occupancies, mixed occupancies, commercial residences, high-rise, railways, waterways, rivers, large numbers of elderly complex, which, we refer to possibly as our vulnerable population, room and houses, large number of youth. Grants you know, grants are easy to get. You could get a lot of grants. The problem with grants is they must be managed. We're governed by Chapter 148, Mass General Laws 527, which, you know, this will allow us to diversify our talents. So basically, there's a lot of things that we have to do required by the law. That periodic inspections alone, 5,000, you know, 5,000 buildings and assign them a risk level. We really only have 5 or 6 members in fire prevention. So today, for example, we had a small fire. They got, you know, into the investigation part, and everything else is kind of put on hold. We're not close to really having the number that I think we have. And what I have going for me is I've been in fire prevention the last 8 years, and I've really seen that we can't, you know, scratch the surface of the things we're mandated to do, never mind that some of the efforts that we want to do. If this was approved, we still need to have an ordinance. I have a draft that we've started it. You still need a job description. And, you know, the council, you guys will be a big part of this, effort and going through to make this position. One of the things that I learned was from Columbia Gas Emergency, which our structure is it's not set up for dealing with large-scale emergencies. After the Columbia Gas emergency, after everything settled down, the first couple days, we found fire prevention really working 14 to 16 hours a day. And there was so much going on in the city, I had a meeting with one of the deputies, and I said, listen, you don't understand how much stuff is going on out there. I need one of you guys to hold over, to go to meetings, and our setup isn't kind of like the police. We have our fire suppression, our deputies are great, but they just run their shifts, they do their training, they're handling all that other stuff, which fire prevention really leaves just 5 of us to tackle everything what we have to tackle. So that was my awakening during the Columbia Gas emergency, that we're not really set up we're not in a gas emergency, but every day we just have a lot going on in this city. So the former chief used to ask, you know, light duty. We used to have members who have light duty, and he'd ask me, hey, could you use this person today? And I used to tell him, if you give me 10 people, I'll make sure that they have stuff to do, because we have so much going on. Give me as many people as you want, and I'll find assignments for them. And I used to say that to him all the time. So one section, paragraph out of 527, such as an emergency action plans for school, high-rises, industrial occupancies, could be a full-time job. Again, we have a lot of moving parts in the city. We also do smoke inspections for transfer of property, quarterly inspections for licenses. What we call Form 4s, it's communications from the trucks about problems found during the night or weekend. They are numerous in number. So sometimes we come in and we have 8 Form 4s, what we call them. They're problems that they've found. You have to go out there, you have to investigate, you have to contact an owner. You know, there's a lot to it. We want to have a high visibility in the city to reduce hazards while assisting educating the community. Assistant chief would allow for function operability. It's about ensuring that our efforts are capable of reliably performing to its designed task and provided for the expected services. It's basically the checks and balances. When I came in here, I know the budget is tight and we don't have much room for expansion. If we did, I would be asking for 5, 6 more firefighters in fire prevention. Again, NFPA states that we should have 10% of our department, you know, going into fire prevention. I want to be proactive instead of reactive. Allowing a fire chief, an assistant fire chief, would be able to delegate more tasks and centralize things. And again, function and supervision could take on a lot more tasks. I think that's only the start of it. I think we honestly do have to, we've been saying it for years, beef up our fire prevention bureau, and I think this is honestly a great start.
Thank you
But
for your explanation.
it is needed to
I-
answer your question.
we're gonna agree to disagree for a second.
Yep,
Because this, acting chief, you've mentioned publicly in this chamber many times how you wish to have this position as a permanent position.
yes.
I've been involved now, I think this is my fourth or third budget process. And every single time prior to that, it's always been stated that this is not needed, and this is something that's coming that the administration always wanted. And now I have an acting chief in front of me saying, oh yeah, we are needing, who isn't confirmed.
I have communicated with the former chief.
I'm not
oh,
finished yet.
Sorry.
So, and another thing, I was doing the math, the salary for an assistant chief, 150,000. One example that you use is to improve code enforcement. So we have, as of right now, 3 code enforcement firefighters. And if you take that salary alone, we can add about 2 more firefighters for code enforcement.
I think one of the important things of having assistant chief is, so I've been in fire prevention the last 8 years, okay? I've been the only one that have stayed that long, so usually I have 2 lieutenants in there, and it's usually members that just get promoted, okay? So once they get promoted, they stay in there to whenever they could get out, which means somebody has to retire, somebody has to move on, and they'd all rather be on the trucks. So as we say, when you come into the fire department, the fire service, you really need 3 years to feel comfortable. Well, when you come into fire prevention, you need a year to really figure out what you're doing. Since the last 3 or 4 years, I've had 8 lieutenants come in. We teach them everything. They do great. They do a lot better on the trucks, learning the stuff, but they move on. So one of my thoughts of an assistant chief would be, it would bring stability to the office. It wouldn't be this rotational thing that keeps going. It would somebody with years on service. Again, an ordinance has to be written. You have to do a job description. You have to choose somebody, but that would bring the stabilization where they can now take on, giving out these job assignments. So if I'm lucky enough to become, permanent in this position, well, it opens up for the captain of fire prevention. Nobody's bid it before, and that could be a rotating thing. The lieutenants are rotating. So we have an open position of firefighters in fire prevention. Nobody bids them. Nobody chooses to come into fire prevention. So the thing I'm thinking with an assistant chief, it would give that stability to the office where they may be able to, create some assignments. Now when somebody comes in, instead of that learning curve being a year, maybe they could break it down into 3 months because they've been there, they're organized. It's somebody that's gonna be there for the long haul, not just passing through fire prevention. Fire prevention is a huge part of this community. It's one of the reasons I believe that we've been slower the last couple of years. Our fires are down, and I want to continue to be proactive in the community. Is educating. We're big on educating. There's a lot of things that I want to do, and I think if I'm lucky enough to get the position, I think this will help me, because again, it'll bring stability to fire prevention.
Thank you. I'm given the circumstances, I'm still not convinced, unfortunately. But I do want to say I appreciate you being prepared to answer that question.
Yeah.
That does show your leadership. So even though we're going to agree to disagree, I do appreciate you being prepared.
Sure.
For that. Councilors, any other? Council President. Oh.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a follow-up on the same line item. I think that there is a mistake on the book on this specific position, because back in 2024, fiscal year 2024, we have this position on the budget, but it was cut. Back on 2025, fiscal year 2025, that was there. and it passes. It was not cut. But and then on this budget, I say that we adding one new position, and that's the same assistant chief. But last year, we have it in the budget. The difference between last year and the budget, I mean, I think it should be, it shouldn't be +1, because we already have it in the previous year. No, that wasn't cut last year. We didn't have the vote for that. I remember that, no. I proposed to cut it, but it was not, I wasn't successful. So I think that we have a conversation about that. But anyway, the difference between the 3 years, that's what I love. That's what I love about my little library going on here, is that I can see different years. So back in fiscal year 2024, and the proposed amount was 120,000. Fiscal year 2025, the proposed amount for the assistant chief was 120,000. And this year, the proposed amount for the position that we never have,
Yep.
is 150,000.
Yes.
So 30,000. We never had this position before. Like, how come we giving raises?
I-
I think your book is not reflective of that because your book wasn't updated after the budget.
Ah, you guys didn't update it. I got you. I know that it was a mistake somewhere.
If,
So, but the thing is, like, why we increasing to 150? Like, that doesn't, I mean, I think that we should start it with the previous proposal, if it was any difference, to 120,000. That's the first thing. But anyway, we once we get to that point, you justify it. You justify it as to
Sure.
why it's needed. The only difference that I wanted to know, the only difference that I wanna bring to the conversation is the explanation that you have brought up, and I think that, you know, with that explanation, previously, I don't know if those needs were the same as what you explain now. But if they were the same needs before, like, why not approving it before and then now? So can you give me a quick answer on that?
Sure, I think different, different people have different views, different visions. Again, I'm coming from a fire prevention background, where I've been in fire prevention the last 8 years, and I see where we can make a difference in the community with education and prevention efforts out to the community. I have a vision of really being visible in the community, doing inspections, and the point of our inspections are to assist. Our jobs as inspectors aren't to tell people that you can't do something. It's to show you how to do it. So one of my visions, again, is being out, a lot of our people being out in the community and assisting people do things the correct way, but working with them and working with the community.
So I'll bring the same argument as before, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I wanna bring the same argument as before and wanna move the conversation along.
Okay.
Before it was brought up to the council members that the administration wanted to have some type of control of the department through its assistant chief. So I know that you have a plan, but is that the plan that is gonna be for the position, the real intent of the position, or perhaps
I think.
it's like, you know what I mean? So I just don't wanna have, like, you know, another set of issues down the street that person is, it's under you, but it's not, you know what I mean?
I do have an idea, and I do have a suggestion. Again, there's two ways to do it. We could have tried to get the position, in an ordinance, and then try to get the funding. Where I'm coming in right now, it's budget time, so we're doing it not backwards. There's two ways to do it, but we're getting, if we get the funding for it, again, an ordinance still has to be created, and you guys are gonna be a part of that. we're gonna have a job description, and we're gonna go through the whole thing. One thing that I could say is, I was in front before for asking for more money in overtime. And I have ideas to curb the overtime. Some of them are contractual, which is tough. I have some other ideas, but I could tell you right now that I'm not gonna be able to do it by $700,000, the overtime. So if this
So
was.
isn't that a problem? If we're $700,000 over due to overtime, shouldn't we should be looking into adding more personnel instead of giving a
And that's
hefty
the-
salary
yeah,
to
that's-
one person?
That's one thing that I mentioned before. The only real way to curb overtime is to hire to NFPA standards, which is 31 a shift. But again, that comes with the price of hiring new people and to get them outfitted and get their insurance. It's, like I said last time, some people, communities around here use it as a strategy to keep their numbers low and hire the overtime. I've been talking to area fire chiefs, and I believe Methuen's overtime, I looked at their budget, is their $1,600,000, and they don't have nearly the half the population that we do. Andover right now is up to $1,500,000, and they don't have the biggest forces as we do. We're busier in terms of fires and emergencies. We rely on their help, and they're great partners with us. But if this, if I could ask you to keep this in the budget, and then if it never comes to fruition, that money could be lost, I believe, in the same line item for things that we're gonna need. Again, I have a lot of ideas how to cut down that overtime a little bit, but it's difficult to control the emergencies and things that happen, as I explained but that's why you're the council, and I leave it in your hands, and whatever decision you guys make is, I respect the decision.
I think, Council President, you still have the floor? You're done. Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to have to agree with Madam Chair and Councilor Rodriguez in regards to that position, that the proposed new position as Assistant Fire Chief.
Yep.
And I'm looking here that you have 4 captains.
That's an administration.
Administrated, okay,
I actually wrote that down too.
I-
4 captains, 2
So-
lieutenants.
2 lieutenants.
I could explain that if you'd like.
Yeah, but let me finish my point. Yes, I
Sure.
just wanted to hear from you. How about having one of those captains give them more responsibility? I'm not in favor of adding new positions, or voting for any new position in the budget.
Sure.
Well, but I think that we have to be creative. When difficult times are in front of us, we need to be creative. And perhaps giving a little bit more responsibility to one of the administrative captains or a lieutenant, without the title, but giving them perhaps a stipend or something like that, will be a solution for the need that you're presenting here?
I've been doing this, a long time, and the 4 administrative captains, number one is fire prevention, again, don't have nearly enough staff to do half the things that we're mandated to do, never mind that we want to do. Another captain is captain of training, and they have recently asked for a staff. Some other communities have a training captain with the lieutenant, they have a whole division. In Lawrence, training is one of our biggest things, safety, very big on training. There's a captain in there. That's a full-time job. One of the other captains is a captain of fire alarm. He has, he has his hands full up there right now, taking care of all that stuff. I think it is difficult. But again, it's up to the council. We're a large community. Most of the communities our side around the Commonwealth, they do have this position in their budget. We're, in the Commonwealth, I think we're the 11th or 12th biggest community. We're right up there with New Bedfords, the Springfields. There's a lot of moving parts in our community. And again, this position, I think, will help go a long way. Again, the biggest reason I think we need it is stability in the office. It's gonna be a revolving door that it has been. But again, I respect whatever the council, that's why you guys are here, and
thank you for your answer. I mean, just keep in mind that safety is a priority for each of us as counselors. But also we need to take in consideration that times are not, we are facing a difficult financial time.
Yes.
And we need to be creative. And if
Yes.
we need more, I'm not saying that hiring more firefighters is not an option.
we are hiring, we are interviewing, we are trying to do some hiring as we speak. It's in personnel. We've done the interviews, so I am trying to hire as we speak.
So just taking into consideration, maybe giving a little bit, if the council approves, giving more responsibility, maybe not to a captain, maybe to a lieutenant that is willing to take a challenge, and maybe
It's,
a stipend is in order or something like that. It's just to put it out there.
it's
because-
difficult to do because a lot of our stuff are through bidding rights or whatever. So you bid jobs. Seniority means something on the fire department. So, for positions.
But let's go back to the captains then.
Yep.
Thank you for
Sure.
for that answer. But as I said at the beginning, I think I'm in the same line as my colleagues. Adding a new position with the budget that we're facing is not the right time, based on the budget that we have in front of us and the financial difficulties that the city may be facing. But thank you so much for your answers.
Sure.
I think you're very prepared, and it's great to hear your point
Yeah,
of view.
we'll move, no matter what you choose, we'll be moving forward with the department and the city and doing the best we can with what we have. We've always made it work. We're big on safety, we want to be proactive, we love the community. Whatever you decide is your decision, I respect it.
Thank you.
Thank
Chief.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm still trying, I'm just taking notes here, and I'm trying to be really understanding and trying to put myself in your shoes, because I'm not a fighter. I don't come from this profession. But I'm making notes here, and I'm still it's still not making any sense in my head how one position will help, I guess, alleviate or solve issues within fire prevention or overtime, for example, when the actual issue is that we don't have enough personnel out in the streets. The same thing with the police department. And to add to that, the thing surrounding that no one has mentioned, and I'm just gonna be bold and mention it, the way that this position was first presented to the city council was not the right way either. And what was going on around this position was not the correct way. So
Okay.
not only do we have a dark cloud around this, even if we do need it, not only do we have a black cloud around this position, but now we have, love you to death, but we also have an individual that would like to be the permanent chief in the future, and would like the administration to pick him and also the council to confirm. Like, this whole thing, again, it just doesn't look good, doesn't make sense, even if there is a reason for it. But I'm gonna rewatch this, and I'm gonna re-listen to your explanation, just to make sure that I'm not in your shoes, so I also want to fully understand your perspective on it as well, before the special meeting, to make sure that I will reach out if I have any additional questions or comments,
Okay.
but I wanna make sure I'm being fair, but I also wanna,
And again, if you choose what you choose, but if you ever kept it in, it still has to come up in front of you, and you could deny it at a later date, and, you know, I try to keep all that other noise out, and I'm focused on the community and what I need to do to move the department forward.
Right.
And that was one of the things that I thought was needed. I also am hiring, right now, we're starting with 6, with possibly a lot more, 12. That's gonna bring our overtime down, but again, my main reason for it is stability in the office. And then functional supervision, which I said our 5 divisions can also report to this.
Report,
Functional supervision is I could report to you on one thing and then somebody else on another one. You don't have one supervisor. So for one task, you're my supervisor for this task, and then I go to something else, you know, training, whatever, I could report to you this task. It you know, eliminates duplication of effort, and that's, you know, one of the reasons, but it's up to you guys.
Thank you again for being so
Okay.
well prepared for
Sure.
this. Counselors, any other further questions or comments within this section? No. All right, Acting Chief, let's go on to fire suppression.
Okay, yeah, now we're just getting to the meat of everything here. Okay, so this is, in fire suppression, again, we're on page 78, 79 to see fire suppression. Fire suppression, it's the largest part of our budget, about 13 million of the 15.6. In personal services, all of these changes of adjustments from the collective bargaining agreement. Again, that's step raises. If you're a lieutenant 10 years, you get a step raise, lieutenant 15 years. Captains, that's all these, those ones are from step raises. Both holiday categories are a little lower because there's one less Monday after a holiday. So if you want to know why there's 2 holidays, one's a holiday worked, the other holiday pay would be the quarter pay. So even if you don't work the holiday, you'd still receive the quarter pay. And out of that, salary and wages, plus 67,066. Overtime holiday is gonna be minus 34,400. Holiday pay minus 26,863. Academic compensation, we encourage our members to go to school, keep up their education. They do it, that's why it's going up 29.799. In purchases of services, all of these changes you see are from the funds moved from one line item to another. Again, energy, we put into electricity. Energy took 7,000, put into electricity, which makes it 18,000. Water and sewer, 2,000, sorry. Printing and mailing, minus 3.246. Other purchases, service, 73,000.766. I could show you that. Again, all of these things we just moved around. We kept our budget the same. Purchases of services in suppression, that's where they all went. That's really the meat of it. If you have any questions on that, or I can move on to fire alarm.
Counselors, any questions or comments? Can give them a second.
And I could add, you know, with the level funded budget, we moved money around where we thought it was needed based on trends in our 2025 budget. So again, everything, we took a look at the 2025 budget and saw where we could take from here that's gonna be needed over in this section. But
Madam Chair,
Counselor Luzon.
you have, Chief, you have 4 deputy fire chief.
yes,
Okay, and I think I kept saying captains, but maybe you should take a look at your deputy fire chief. You have 4. So
yes,
just to put it out there,
they're-
think
they-
about it, and let's
They
talk-
have a lot, yes, I agree, and I'd be the first one to tell them that. They're very good. We have 4 excellent deputies. We have some of the best deputies. People say north of Boston. I'll include Boston as well. They're very experienced. They run a great fireground. They're big assets to myself and to the department. But their day is full with everything that they have to do, even just the schedule and the training, the runs, their reports. We ask a lot of them. We ask a lot of those deputies. And everybody does have a little bit side thing that they have to do, whether it's in charge of pre-planning or the equipment. They also all do have an extra little side thing that we give them, and I'm looking to just do that and give them more, because we have to, we got a lot of plans to move this city forward.
I do understand, and we respect the great job.
They could always do more, and you know what, they'd be willing,
and
they'd
we
be the
can
first
always
ones to step up and do more, and I get
One
that.
of the captains to a deputy fire chief position. I'm just trying here. I'm
Yeah,
asking
you know,
to be creative.
Because
we want
we've
to
done
do
this
the
shell
best.
game a lot over the years. Like I said, I've been on, I've been in the community, working for the community 35 years. I've been in the fire service 25 years. This has been talked around the table, and where could we do and how could we do this for years and years and years. We operate very efficiently, and taking somebody from one place and just moving the other is gonna lack something in another division. But we're always willing to try, and our members are always willing to take on more.
Thank you for that.
They
Thank
stay
you for-
busy, and I could ask any member to take on anything, and they'd gladly do it, because,
They care.
that's the tradition of the Lawrence Fire Department.
No, thank you so much, and thank you for your willingness and
Sure.
for taking the suggestion.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on that stipends, the stipends?
The stipends, yes.
Yep.
So stipends are EMT, you get so much, to be in an EMT, to be hazmat, your medical stipends. Again, let me see where our stipends, I think, came down, correct? Let me see, we're backing up, where's our stipends? I know off the top of my head, I believe our stipends came down, and that's because we have some younger members on the job, and they may not have come on and had an EMT.
Is the level funded on this one?
Okay, where are you? I turned.
Page 79.
Under suppression? Or did you
Yes.
move on?
Yeah, under yep.
Yep, okay, personal service, step raises, both categories, salary, wages, overtime, holiday, pay, academic, sorry, council, not seeing it under suppression.
It's all the way, it's
Page 79, the last
79.
section.
Okay. Yes, okay, so that's level funded, sorry. I could go back to my other book. So the stipends, what we guess, it's gonna remain the same. But our stipends, for the most part, a lot of those stipends, they get on the job. Some of them are EMTs. There's probably no EMTs this year. And the rest, a lot of the stuff, they get on the job. You have to be a first responder. You have to be a hazmat technician. We do a lot of those trainings on the job, so it remains the same for this year.
So I have in my previous book that you have to have, you get 2% in your salary after you complete the 30 hours of training.
Yeah, so 30 hours of academy training, that's kinda, we have to forecast that, because that's open to every member. It's just those who are willing to do it. So one year, you might have, everybody might be ambitious one year and do the 30 hours of academy training, and then the next year, maybe you have 20. And so we have to forecast it. If everybody really, times are tough and everybody wants to grab that extra 2%, you could have 100 do that. So that's really a guessing game, because it's afforded to everybody. It's really who chooses to do it. It's optional. So we take that based on years past. Okay, how many people did it last year? How many did it the year before? So it's kind of just, it's a guessing game for that, because it's optional.
Yes, Chief, I understand. but I also understand that that's the wrong place to put it. The reason why I'm saying that is because that shouldn't be on there due to the fact that potentially you only have one firefighter that did the 30 hours of training,
It's,
or you have the total amount of dollars available that you can use for overtime perhaps, or something else. And then the difference between having it there and having it on the other side of the budget is because you track it down, perhaps we be able to see on every other things how much has been spent through April 2022, April 22nd of this year,
yes.
how much we have spent on that. But here, I see that it was spent up to 276. Is that correct? Am I right? Okay, so never mind. That's right. So I seen that it is being spent at 276,740, which is basically out of the 292,000 that was approved. So basically, I want you to. I was wrong. It's fine the way it is.
And the years past, it's, you know, we call it, they're leaving money on the table. If you want it, it's optional to everybody. It's, you know, I've never missed it.
No, I was wrong. Yeah.
For example, in my whole career since that's been in, I've never not done that 2%, because it's an option. Some people choose that they don't want to do it. But I think the last couple years, people realize that, you know, it's, you could do it on your own time. You could go take a class, you're learning something. Again, we're encouraging that. And a lot of the younger members coming on, it's like a week's paycheck. And if they want to, you could afford to lose, just leave it there because you don't want to do something. Again, it's optional, but a lot of our younger members, the last couple of years, there's been more and more people doing it because they see everybody
let me ask
else
you a question
doing
on that.
it.
Before COVID, I've been asking the same question over
Yep.
and over, all the time. And before COVID, it was an in-person training. After COVID, it was an online training.
The academy, the Massachusetts Fire Academy offers online classes.
Yes. The question that I have is like, how are we keeping track of trainings that the firefighter members have taken
Oh, yes.
over the years?
Yep.
And are they repeating the same trainings on the 30 hours, or they taking new trainings that is actually count? Because I mean, I don't think it will make sense to actually allow them to take the same trainings that they've been taking for the last 5 years, the same training. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I'm asking you that question.
Yeah, I mean, I could explain it to CPR. I've been CPR certified for the last 25 years. Every year I have to redo my skills, and every 2 years I have to retest for everything. And there's really no members, if they take that test again, it's kind of like a refresher, but you have to be engaged, you have to watch, and if you fail the test, then you have to go back, and it's your time. So sometime a 2-hour class, if you're just doing it halfway, it'll take you 3 or 4 hours. So they are refreshers. A lot of the things that we do, you could use refresher training. It's not like we learn something once and then you have it, you never do again. There's certain things that we do on the job, whether it's a Jaws of Life, running a pump, we do it constantly. So a lot of these classes, they're very engaged, there's a lot of material. Whatever the subject is, it doesn't usually scratch the surface of whatever it is to do with that subject. And some, you know, let's say water rescue, for example, that's one that you have to go, that's not online, but you could learn something this year, you could learn something next year. In the fire service, we're training and we're learning stuff, we're learning new things every day. And that the amount of knowledge that is out there for us to learn is immense. And I think it's okay that somebody, if you're asking my personal opinion, I think it's okay that if somebody takes electric hybrid vehicles, fires this year, and then you gotta take it next year, because you'll be like, you don't really, there's so much, it's difficult to retain everything. So you can look at it, again, like CPR. CPR, you have to do your skills every year, you have to recertify every year.
Right, there is some, I believe that there is some training that are repairable, but that's fine, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
with some of them, but there is other ones that I think that it is not necessarily the same case. I mean, if it is something related to life-saving experience, of
Yeah,
course, you can repeat it.
I could
you
agree,
can
I
repeat
see
it.
your point, Counselor.
But I mean, there is other ones that not necessarily. But I
Yeah.
just wanna make sure, like,
That's-
we're taking this opportunity as, with the intent that it's
Yes.
supposed to be, which is
I-
basically staying up to date with different trainings and different skills, and perhaps not seeing it as a percentage on
Oh,
the
yeah,
pay salary. It's more like, getting the knowledge that is needed.
And that's the intention of it, to get the whole intention behind it is to keep their skills up, that's really the whole intention behind it. We encourage it. Again, we can't make people do it, but we encourage it because it's learning. A lot of those skills, whatever the skill is that they're taking, they're applying at some point in a daily basis, a weekly basis, a yearly basis. None of the information from the Massachusetts Fire Academy is like you'll never use. They're applying what they're learning. It could be, it could be tonight that they need something that they learned in a class a while ago. The topics and the stuff that we have to know about, between machinery and medicals and all our equipment and reading smoke and doing all that stuff. We have members that are on, we have a member that's on 36 years. I bet you we learned something brand new this week. We never stop learning.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's move on to fire alarm.
Okay, we're getting a little quick. So the last three divisions are very easy. You turn to page 80, 81, you will see fire alarm division. In personal services, there's one small adjustment from the collective bargaining agreement. Salary and wages up to 69. In purchases of services, there is one item moved to another section, and that's energy, where I believe we talked about that. And again, this is with the level funded budget. We realized that we had to do this, and we just moved money around to where we think it was needed more based on the 2025 budget. So energy was just moved. And again, I believe that was into fire suppression purchases and services. And that was just to streamline everything for us. Any questions on fire alarm?
Can you repeat why there's a decrease for the energy line under purchase?
We just moved that to another
Okay,
section
okay.
to streamline everything and to make it easier.
Councilors, any questions or comments?
It's still in there, though.
Seeing none, let's continue to fire mechanical division.
Okay, so this, you turn to page 82 and
Maintenance
83, you will
apparatus.
see mechanical, there are no changes in this division. You look at the last, it's all zeros, everything remains the same.
Page 82, 83.
Sorry, yes, page 82, 83, Counselor.
So there are absolutely no changes to that budget this year. All right, so fire electrical inspection.
Okay, let's see,
Page
lastly, if you turn 84, 85, you will see the fire electrical division. In purchases of service, there is one item moved to another section, printing and mailing, 400. Again, it went back to purchase of services and suppression. It's still there, it's just moved to kind of streamline everything.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, I believe that is the end of your department.
Oh,
You survived your
I
first
I
budget
could sit
hearing.
up here all night and talk to you guys about the, you know, we are lucky to have a great fire department that, you know, really cares for the community. And I think we're gonna keep moving this department and the city forward.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time and being well prepared. All right, next we have Office of Planning and Development. I was added this morning. To pull out my phone for this one. So for Office of Planning and Development, we have their subsidies, Office of Community Development, Planning Office, Planning Boards and Commission, Planning Zoning Board, and Economic Development. And we have tonight our Director, Director Pimentel.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. Awilda Pimentel, Director of the Office of Planning and Development. This evening, we will be presenting our OPD budget, starting on page 58. And now I'll bring up our Acting Community Development Director, Charlotte Pasquale.
Good evening, councilors. Again,
Hold on, just one second,
Sure.
hold on. Acting Director, I'm sorry, of what?
Acting Director for Community Development.
Community Development, okay. So before we get into Community Development, Director Pimentel, can you please come back? So as the Director, let's go over the entire city's, the entire department budget. And then let's get into each, office's budget. And this is what we've been doing with the other departments.
Okay. And just for everyone to be aware, there's a lot of departments and divisions within the Office of Planning and Development, so just so that everyone is aware of that. So do you want to start on page 58 or no?
Yeah, let's just start at 57. Let's go over the overall budget, and then from there, we can go into the individual offices, and the directors can come up and explain their changes.
Okay. So here, for our general fund budget, that's also another point I want to make sure people understand, as this is not the whole budget for the Office of Planning and Development, just the general budgets. So for the Office of Community Development, for personnel services, we have a difference, a change of 161 and 175. And the mayor's recommendation for personnel services. And this is actually not a actual change, because there's two positions that are not new. They've been there, which is the position of our financial manager and our administrative assistant in finances. That's actually been a position within the community development, but then the previous OPD director had moved it. So we're moving it back to community development department. Then purchase services.
Well, you don't have to go through all the actual line items. That's just the whole, there's 161,775 change for Office of Community Development, and then the overall change for the next office, and then your directors should be able to
Okay.
present the details, yeah.
So the planning office, there's a change of $41,053. Then the planning for boards and commissions, there's no change there. Planning of zoning and board, no change there. And the economic and development department, there is $33,726,000.
Okay, and then the overall FY '26 recommended, recommendation?
It's $1,745,216, and that is just for the general budget.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's go into Office of Community Development. Oh, I'm sorry, Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair. We have the Office and Community Development, the Planning Office, the Planning and Planning and Commissions, the Planning Zoning Board, Planning and Zoning Board, the Economic Development. Do you mind, just for my notes, just tell me the director, the name of the director of each of those departments so I can write it down because it's already.
They're gonna come up and they're gonna introduce themselves.
Okay,
Yeah.
we will.
Okay.
So Acting Community Development Director, Charlene Pasquale.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, counselors.
Good evening.
My name is Charlene Pasqua, Acting Director for Community Development. Thank you for hearing us tonight.
All right, Director, Acting Director, take us through each section, walk us through the changes, like, I know Director Pimentel was saying a little bit earlier about, for example, the personnel services changes that, adds up to $1,061, $175. Just walk us through those details of how those changes came about, and obviously, if you need support, you do have your overall department head here for that support.
Absolutely, thank you. So for the personnel changes, as Director Pimentel mentioned, are majority based on two positions that were originally under Planning Department, our Finance Officer, our Finance Administrator, and also our Financial and Administrative Services. I'm sorry, Community Development, Financial, so Financial and Administrative Services was one of them, just to clarify, and our Finance Officer was the second one. So they were originally, if you're looking on page 59, so you can see the breakdown. Originally, these positions look in this budget as if they're new, but they were just transferred over from the Planning Department. So in the fiscal year 25 budget, it says 0, and then it says 110, line 2 and line 3, and those were our Financial and Administrative Services Manager, which is Sue Fink, and Kate King, our Finance Officer.
And then for the next section, purchase of services, there's a difference of 30,000. And we, like I mentioned, we did this with every department, so.
No, that's okay, yeah.
I know.
That's
It
okay.
might sound like,
I
like
did all my
such a-
notes and all my,
Okay,
first time I'm
thank you.
here. I know you guys have done it multiple times. It's the first time I'm doing it, so
Yeah,
bear
no
with me.
worries. Yep.
So for other services and purchases, is that the 5380? Yes. So other services and purchases is the 30,000. The 30,000 is for things that can't be covered by the grant, for our title searches, some easements, parks, if we need to record something at the Registry of Deeds. And that's usually what that covers. Our grants are not part of the budget, just to make that known. And anything other than is included in that $30,000 amount. They may be outreach expenses, materials, things that we're sharing with the community that are covered under that budget as well. We recently launched the OPD in your neighborhood, and so materials that we do to share in the neighborhoods, anything that we want to share with the community are covered under that section. Does that answer your question?
Mhm. I do want to say for the future, I'm looking at our CAFL. Many other departments have a specific advertising line. This is a department that's always in the public, and as the acting director just mentioned, they print stuff for their services or programming, public programming. They should have an advertisement line item. They shouldn't have to go through like the mayor's office, for example, because they need to keep their work flowing. So in the future, financially, you know, if it's possible, that's something that we should look into for the future.
Definitely. Our community is the most important, and I think that having them well informed as well as the counselors is something that we need to definitely consider.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Continue,
that.
Director. I think now we're at other charges and expenses.
Other charges and expenses. In-state travel, I think it's self-explanatory, right? When we do conferences, when we're heading out for educational purposes, in-state travel, it could be just travel expenses from one place to another, and we want to include that there. And that's what that line item is for. And other expenses that we can inquire in that same avenue. I want to defer that question or that other expense line item to our finance officer so that she can give you more
Hold on
details.
just one second, sorry. Can I have a motion to pass 10?
Second.
Motion has been made by Council President, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. Continue.
Thank you. So under other charges and expenses, the in-state travel, I think is self-explanatory, but like I explained, the back and forth travel, if we're going to conferences, if we're going to other communities, to get educated on topics, if we're collaborating with other communities or agencies, that would be covered under in-state travel. And so under other charges and expenses, the other expenses, I'm gonna defer to our finance officer so she can give you more details of what is covered under other expenses. Is that okay?
Yeah, and while you're at it, Kate, can you please explain to us the reasoning behind the decreases for these two as well?
That's where the 30,000 fund, the other piece came from.
Got it,
26 and 4.
got it,
30.
got it, yep, got it. Huh?
You didn't understand the last part?
I say that I wasn't able to understand the last part. It was so quick.
Okay, so Kate King, Office of Planning and Development. The funding for that 30,000 that we're getting under the 5380, if you notice, there's a reduction in the 5710, the in-state travel, and a reduction in the other expenses of 4,000 respectively and 26,000. That's where the 30,000, because they're trying to maintain the level budget. The only increases, I believe, were in salary, because those are usually contractual or whatever. And in the past, I will tell you that 5775, the other purchase services, has been used to hire predominantly consultants or people to help us pursue grants. We hired somebody to pursue a continuum of care NOFA for homelessness services, a Mosaic grant, which was to assist a nonprofit with opioid abuse. We hired a consultant for the Safe Streets for All grant, and Woodward and Curran were hired to assist in the preparation of the EPA Communities grant. So that's predominantly what we used, the 5775, was purchases of consultants, because at that time, we did not have 5380 in our budget previously.
So how does the department, I mean, I forget how long this was, but within this term, at least within this current city council term, we approved a position pertaining to city grants. How is this department using our director of city grants? Because that's specifically
They
what
are
that.
using, of course, we're using that
Okay.
person for
Okay.
grants, but sometimes it requires a certain technical expertise
More
that is not
research, more,
available.
got it, okay.
Yeah, especially in particular, the Safe Streets for All grants and the EPA Communities grants, they
Yeah.
required
A
engineering.
little bit more, okay, got it, okay. Thank you for that. Councilors, any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Council President.
So under the general fund, the planning and development, then we have, so the change is for 4 positions on page 59. We have financial officer, financial administrator services, and finance officer.
Yes.
And
Those
then
were
we have,
previously in the planning department. The previous planning director had placed Sue and I under the planning department.
so
We're
on
moving
that,
ourselves back.
under the same title?
Yes.
All right. So I'm looking at that, but I see that out here, for the finance officer is $30,000 more.
Yes, I pursued and achieved an MOU with the city, 2 years in the process, I might add. It was agreed to between the union and the mayor for my additional services that I have taken on, the least of which is probably that $7.3 million lead grant that I am. I will say that 80%.
Oh, that's your position?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
and I will
Okay.
say that 80% of my salary is grant funded. That's that big reimbursement down there. The lead grant alone provides me with $22,000 approximately per year in salary and $10,000 in fringe benefits, covers that much of my salary.
So
And-
essentially, like what percentage you said that it was granted, it was based on grant?
So it's about $22,000 a year. It covers, I'm about 80% grants, so it's not just the lead, it's the lead, the opioid, CDBG, home, cost up grant.
All right, I
opioid.
just wanna, I
Yes.
mean, I just wanna make sure, like, because we say, it just transfer from another department,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's a lot more.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
$30,000 more.
Yes, I did pursue, as I said, honestly, I did pursue with the union and the administration, an MOU for all the additional funds, for all the additional work I have taken on.
Yeah, so MOU, a memorandum of understanding.
MOU, and it's, as long as I am doing this extra duty, once that extra duty stops, that goes back down to the original salary that it is within the union.
All right, I didn't even know that it was
Yeah,
you,
no.
I mean.
Oh,
I'm fine. I mean, the thing is like I wanna make sure like we fully
Yeah,
disclose what is in the budget.
no, and if you, I'll go line by line with you, no problem. The housing manager, there's no increase right now. Field operations supervisor, that is 2, that is fully covered under that lead grant that I appeared with you before. And there is an increase because non-union received an increase January 1st of this year. So I'm not everybody, but a good portion of the non-union, and that's what that is, that 9,000. But again, 100% grant funded. The community health specialist, again, a raise simply because it was a non-union position and they received a raise. That position is 50% grant funded, 50% general fund. That's how that position was written. The homeless initiatives coordinator is currently vacant. We did advertise. I think interviews were conducted. We haven't filled the position, however. The data specialist outreach coordinator, that's $44,226. That is 100% grant funded. That is the lead grant. Mayor's Health Task Force coordinator, that is $87,360. That was not listed in the budget last year. That position is not new. Last year was the first year, I think, that we included our grant-funded positions in the city budget. Previously, you would only see people that were funded totally general fund, and it gave the impression that 3 people were running the whole department. And so we decided, I believe back then, to add all the positions, whether they were grant-funded or not, just so you could see how many people were in the department.
Yeah,
And that is 100% grant-funded.
I think that position was, if I remember
Was
correctly, that
mistakenly
was.
left off, I guess. I was not involved last year in the budget hearings. The project officer, there's 3 of them. Again, 100% grant funded. There was an increase simply because, again, non-union received those increases. Administrative assistant, she is probably about 75% grant funded. She's under community development block grant, but she does do some general fund work, so I can't charge her off totally to community development block grant if she's doing general fund stuff. And she received a raise. The intake specialist, that's vacant, but that is also 100% funded under the lead grant. And that is why you see our grant reimbursement is $865,000. That's how much we anticipate reimbursing.
The mayor's health tax force coordinator.
Yep.
You said that was not on the budget last year.
No, they were, a position existed, it just didn't appear on the budget report.
And I think that's because it was the hospital paying for that, no?
Yes,
It
she's
was an
grant funded.
MOU
She's still paid
since
100% under, yeah.
Since the beginning that I was here, that's what I understand.
Yes, she is paid out of Determination of Needs Funds, it's called, from Lawrence General Hospital, and she has several other grants that she also is paid under.
So that's no longer available?
It's it's in community development, but it's 100% grant funded, like the lead positions are and like the others. We're just showing you all the positions that are in that department.
So what I'm saying on the mayor's sales tax force coordinator, is that paying under the city, under the general fund, or that's paying under
No,
the
the
hospital staff?
Grant, 100% grant funded.
All right. All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, counselors, any other questions or comments for Office of Community Development? Counselor Marmal.
A point of clarification, and I know you guys touched on it, and it's the two positions where we're seeing 0 to 1, the financial and administrative services and the finance officer. It's coming from the planning office department, so, I know oftentimes we say, oh, it's an offset because it's removing a position from one department to the other. So are we not looking into, filling in this position? We're completely getting rid of this position from the Office of Planning?
So one of the reasons I got my MOU was because I now do the financials for planning, community development block grant, the grants, and economic development along with Stu. So we actually cover all the financials for the entire planning
department.
and development.
Okay.
They're just in that budget. We just moved us to the community development budget because we had for years been in the community development budget. Grant funded, but still showing up as the grant funded reimbursement. But those are not going to be filled, no. There's only those two positions and that's it.
Well, you ladies do a lot of work. I've seen you have the CAFL's department too. I don't know. Anyone in finance, I don't know how you guys do it. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much, Community Development. We are now moving on to the Planning Office.
Good evening, councilors. Planning Director Daniel McCarthy. I will be handling the next three budgets. And I'll begin with the Planning Office. There was a net decrease in $37,000 from the budget from last year. $41,000 of that was in personnel and services, but that may, and I just want to point out though, it looks like it's level funded. It actually, as you saw from the last budget, the two financial directors moved from the planning office last year, where they were in that planning department for 1 year, and they moved back to the community development department. And we now have a planning director. The OP director is now included in the planning department as part of our budget. That's Wilda Pimentel, of course. And we have the new position of Director of Project Management and Development, and that is the person who was a grant writer. So the grant writer position is no longer funded. You see that's a negative. You'll see on the right-hand side of the personnel services that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions which are being deducted from that in some form. So that's why the numbers came down in personnel services. The purchase of services is going up slightly. That's basically related to our rent contract and the cost of utilities. The planning department pays for a good portion of that. A big part of that is the rent that we pay. The office supplies are staying level funded, and the other charges and expenses, which are in-state travel, is going to be reduced by $6,000, and out-of-state travel is going to remain the same. And those are the basic expenses. Do you have any questions and specifics?
Madam
Counselor
Chair,
Luzon.
how many grant writers, I know Sue and, I went blank, and Kate, sorry, my apologies. you guys do. It's late, Kate. Very late. So I know that they are responsible for some of the grants that come into the department. So how many grant writers do we have in total? And maybe
To be specific, a lot of the positions in the city act as grant writers. I write grants quite often. I write a lot of grants. We had a position as grant writer. That position's been morphed and it was approved by this department to become the grant manager. So the grant manager oversees all of the different grant departments and organizes the grant writing and the grant management to make sure that the grants are being kept, are being conducted on time, that all the,
So the position that I'm seeing here on page 61 is not the one that you referred to, a grant
So-
writer manager.
so there's a director of project management and development, that is a grant manager. That's the former grant writer. The grant writer position now is not filled, and we're not looking to fill it.
I'm confused.
So the position of the director of project management, which is the grant management, still
Is
writes
the
grants.
grant manager-
She still writes grants, yes. Her and I just wrote a grant last week. But she works with the police department writing grants, she works with the other departments writing grants, and she oversees all of the grants
of the
to make
cities,
sure
of the
that
city.
the mayor's office is kept up to abreast on where the grants are for every department in the city. But each department's gonna have some individual in their department who specializes in grants. The police department has a person, individual does that. The fire department has some individual officers who write grants. I myself write grants. I know there's people in my other part of the department that write grants.
So the position on 61, that grant writer
Yes.
position, that one, do we have a grant writer there or no?
No, we have that funded at zero.
So they're eliminating it
Oh,
from their department,
okay.
from their office.
From their office, okay. Thank you.
Council President.
Oh, and where can I find the grant manager?
Find
The
the
budget.
Find what?
The. Oh,
The Director of
61?
Project, the Director
The
of Project
title is the
Management
Director of
and,
Project Management
Yeah.
and Development.
Project management, and what page is it?
page 61, the second line item, Director of Project Management and Development,
Right, that's a grant manager.
which is the position that the council, a few months back,
yeah, I know.
yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Since it's related to grant, I thought that the name was something related to grant. And I was looking for that. Thank you for the clarification.
Madam Chair,
Councilor Luzon.
Is that person works out of one of your office, out of the Office of Planning and Development?
Yes. Yes. Yes, she has a desk in our office. She works, but she, like, again, because she covers a big part of the city, she'll quite often work out of other offices working with them.
Do you have anyone working from home?
No.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Director, next page, next item, Boards and Commissions.
So the boards and commissions, the first subject matter is for the volunteer boards. That will be the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, the Historic Commissions, two of them. And this is basically the administrative expenses that these boards incur in the form of advertisements and postage and other things that are conducted out of our office on behalf of them. So as you can see, printing and mailing is the major expense, and dues and membership is the other major expense. Now, again, those are all volunteer boards, and we the dues and membership is also used for educational purposes.
Councilors, any questions or comments regarding the boards and commissions? Boards and commission. Seeing none, zoning board.
And the last section is the zoning board of appeals. And the zoning board of appeals, although it is a city municipal board, it stands alone because the ZBA members are compensated. So the largest line item you'll see is the personal services in the sum of $13,950. So that is for the 5 full-time members and 1 associate member. Currently, one of the members does not take his salary, his compensation.
Got it. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, now we have economic development, but I know the director has a family issue going on. Who will be presenting? Director McCarthy, can you come back, please? Council Marmo.
Sorry, I didn't want to mess up the flow and I didn't speak fast enough. I do want to go back to page 61 under the Office of Planning. The director's position, I'm seeing an increase of 55,400. Could you touch base on that?
Excuse me?
Page 61.
Yep.
Office of Planning. The first line item, the director's position. There's an increase of 55,400. If you could touch base and give some sort of clarification regarding that increase.
That increase is largely based upon that person's role in supervising and dealing with the opioid funding. If you see down below on line item grant reimbursements, there's a $50,000. That is the current reimbursement from the opioid funds to cover that work that the OPD director handles, which goes beyond the typical scope of work, working with the different departments, and a lot of it's outreach, dealing with the homeless and police matters, and dealing with the opioids. So that's why that's in there.
That's right here, we're on page 61. And the opioid grants and et cetera that has been presented through the budget committee does outline that in their itemized, like, overall budget. It does include administrative salaries.
That's correct.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President.
Just to follow up on the send line item, just to bring it up, what we see here is that that position has been increased for $70,000 in 2 years.
How many again? Can you repeat that?
That position that Councilor Mamo just mentioned has been increased in the last 2 years for $70,000. So $15,000 last year, $55,400 this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that information.
So the first increase was part of the Collins report, recommendations on salary. So the OPD director was one of the top categories, and because that position oversees 4 separate departments, because it does include inspectional services as well, which isn't part of our budget. They have their own budget, but they are overseen by the OPD director. And again, the secondary increase, the $55,000, is the majority of that is related to the opioid funding.
So, okay, maybe, this is a comment to my council, to my colleagues and the mayor's senior advisor, there's this whole I think we should look into other municipalities where the titles, if we have one director that's overseeing all of these different, offices, their title should really be executive director. So that way we can understand, because I actually forgot about inspectional services also having the dotted line to this department. There are too many, long story short, there are too many just directors. We need to separate what's what, the difference, know the difference between who's actually the department head and who's directing, the other offices underneath that.
Just for clarity, good evening, the senior advisor to the mayor, Octavian Spanner. Committee chair, I think we brought it up before the city council when we had the different positions. I don't know if it was during this, all of the councilors were aware, but I know that you were, I know the council president was there as well as part of the city council, but the director of the Office of Planning and Development is Mr. Wilda Pimentel, and we have 5 positions of director. We have Dan McCarthy as the director of planning. We have Frank Cirillo is the director of economic development.
Right.
We have acting director of community development, Ms. Pasquale. And we have also the director of inspectional services and the position of director of development and project management and development. And all fall under the
But that's-
responsibility of the OPD director.
And that's what I'm saying, and perhaps this is a mini project for the administration, for the mayor's office to look into, to bring to the council suggestions like, Director Pimentel is the top director, her actual title should be executive director. She's the executive director of, and I'm assuming there are other departments similar to this structure. So let's look into this to see how we can rephrase, like better structure so that it could be understood better across the board. Who is actually the main department head and who is a director of the sub-offices with, underneath that.
Yeah, that could be considered, depending, and some municipalities have it and others don't. But it's, something that, that could be discussed with the mayor, or also the future mayor of the following term to see how this would be worked out.
Yeah, and I'm mentioning ordinance because that would have to be changed within our ordinances
Yes,
as well,
correct.
so. All right, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President.
Just to kind of like a follow-up or piggyback on what the advisor was mentioned, that the OPD director, when we restructure the department, that position was back in 2020, fiscal year 2024. And the salary at that point was 125,000. Since then, it was increased based on the study that was approved by the council to 140,000, which reflected to fiscal year 2025. And then now as Council Mamo was saying, it's an increasement of 55,400 based on the opioid settlement, I guess. That's a correct statement?
I believe so.
I got you. All right.
You good?
Thank you.
It sounds accurate.
Yes, through you, committee chair, yes, correct. That's the correct answer. And it's a contractual position as well.
All right, so now we're moving on to economic development. Who is covering this office?
Okay. So, Mr. Frank Cirillo, has a family
no.
emergency.
Council President.
You just mentioned something. Let me get on that. You say that this position is contractual?
Yes, by ordinance.
By ordinance, is under the contract?
Is under the contract, yes.
I think that we had this discussion before, and with the previous OPD director, which says that it was not a contract position.
Yes, it's a contract position by
To
ordinance.
double check.
Yeah,
I mean, did the previous OPD director have a contract?
I mean, all previous OPD directors had a contract, correct?
All right, let's check into that. I'll follow up with that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can make a comment.
Councilor Luzon.
And just to add, I'm concerned about the distance in salaries from one position to another. And I understand that the OPD director has to supervise, but she also has directors doing a job. So I'm concerned about this race just because of that fact, because she is not doing the job directly, she is supervising a director. So checking on other salaries, the distance is outrageous, unfortunately. Yes, I just wanted to say that, Madam Chair, because if you check the other salaries under, it's miles between,
Before,
numbers between.
yeah, before we get to the director, I do want to say on her behalf, working with her, there is times, like I remember this happened recently. I was walking the walk trail at Riverfront Park, and I noticed things up the hill. I literally walked up the hill, took pictures. This was like 3 o'clock on a Saturday. I got a response 2 hours later from her. I do know that you watch your emails on the weekends. I do know you are responsive. Maybe the increase it's a little bit more, but what I do want to say is that, and I want the public to know, that you are working off hours, and we see that. And I
That is
do want to
correct.
recognize that.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may, we are, if I may.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. It's late. Oh, no, we know that the director is always available. We're not putting under the line her job. I mean, she's available weekdays, weekends. I'm a witness to that. But what I'm seeing here, Madam Chair, is the distance between other salaries and hers. I'm not against a raise. I mean, she deserves a raise, but I mean, the amount
For the amount.
of money that she's getting. And also, as Councilor Rodriguez mentioned, this position has gotten increased for the last 2 years.
2 years.
So I'm here, I was here last year. No, I'm not making any comment against her job. She's doing great, but I'm concerned as a counselor about the amount of money that she's getting.
Yeah, understood, Counselor.
Thank you. Can I
Madam
please
Director.
add a comment to that? Thank you very much for your comments. I do appreciate that. I do work every day, which I'm sure a lot of directors do. But I will add, this is comparable to other directors at this grade. So if you look at other directors based on the Collins report, that's actually how they got that salary increase base. And previously, actually, those directors were under contract and actually were for another amount that was actually much higher. But this is actually comparable to other directors due to roles, duties, and responsibilities and the amount of staff they actually oversee, the departments, the divisions, the complexity, the nature of contacts, not to mention the constituent services that we service out of our department. That's something that I think a lot of people overlook, and maybe even the public. But we are actually dealing with a lot of health and human services. We help with all the displacements. When there is an issue, along with the fire department and the police department, it is the Office of Planning and Development that actually goes out with them. So anytime you see that there's a fire at whatever time, there's someone from our office going out with them. And I will add, we do not get paid overtime. Not our office. Their offices do, and you can confirm that here with our CAFO. Also, another thing I would like to add, because I think this is an important conversation to have, we also have, and actually I have the list, I left it on the seat, but we also have about $65 million in grants. That's separate from the budget that you're looking at right now, the general budget. You got that? No. And I have the list here. I can show it to you guys, and I think it's important for you guys to be informed of all the grants that we manage, reporting, the deliverables that we have to do, the amount of services that we have to do to maintain these funds here, and also my salary is pretty much reimbursable to the city of Lawrence. And in the time that I have been here, along with my team, I have brought in $15 million, which, if you take out your calculator, has paid itself over 75 times. And again, here's the list of all the grants that we have brought in, that we're working on, that we manage, this small little team right here. And thank you, Kate and Sue, who, by the way, like, Kate has 37 years working for the city of Lawrence, and this is unfortunately the first time that we actually see a reflection, and that's something that we fought very hard. And it really broke my heart to see that. And if you guys remember last year, I advocated for gender pay equality. And I remember Councilor Luzon said, well, go speak to the mayor's office, and I did. And thank you to the senior advisor, Octavian Spanner, and to the mayor, Brian A. DePena, for listening to me and for really making these changes. So really, this city is growing, we're developing, and it's really new growth. And it's that new growth that you see, all that housing, all that development that you see, and the new growth in the formula that the CAFO mentioned last week, that really is affected by the work that we're doing in the Office of Planning and Development. Because for those buildings to go up, they come in and they say what else first. And all that housing and that tax base that we bring in the city of Lawrence. So just please be aware of that. And again, most of the positions in our department are completely grant reimbursable. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Luzon.
I have a question, Director Pimentel. Are the others, because you mentioned that your salary, the salary of the OPD director is we can compare that salary to other cities. Are the other directors' salaries also, can we compare the other directors' salaries to other cities? Are they making what they're supposed to make?
Are you saying the directors in my department or other
Yours,
departments?
yeah, and your department.
Yeah, we went by the Collins report. That's
Okay.
basically how they got the base report, and the base salary that everybody's supposed to be at, and that's when all those changes happened. The city used the Collins report, which I believe the city council approved that, and that's how they got those ranges. So all those directors that are like at different grades, and based on the complexity and the nature of context and everything else that goes into that formula, that's the base salary, and the people, the amount of people they oversee, and also do the work. So that's how they get the Collins report salary.
Thank you, Director Pimentel.
And there's
Thank you.
different grades. I don't know if maybe the CAFO has a copy, you guys have a copy?
No, it's
No,
fine.
we
We're
have-
good.
we have a
I
copy.
just wanted to hear from you, so people also that are watching this section, I can understand why. I'm still, due to the salary raise that you're getting, I have to ask the questions. But
Sure,
I
of
do
course.
know that you do the job. You are always available. I'm a witness to that. And I also know that you have a great team. They've been in the city for years, and I respect them. I highly respect most of the people in your team because I know them. We have a history. But I have to ask those questions.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Director Pimentel.
Thank you, and I appreciate you asking the questions, because it's also important for the
board.
public to know
To
and be
understand.
educated on,
Director.
you know, how everything that's happening.
Thank you,
and how it
Director.
works.
Director, don't, we were,
Sorry, I just wanted to say, not
Ca-
only our
Senior
director
advisor.
of OPD,
Yeah.
I can say that for all our directors that are work there. And I'm proud to say that there's one of the departments, likewise, some of other departments receive attention, police department, fire department. They are our emergency workers, but they work hard. We fight amongst ourselves, we correct things, but they do work efficiently.
thank you, Senior Advisor. Councilor Marmo.
Mine is just more of a comment.
I think it's for Director Pimentel, Director McCarthy.
No, for Director, I might as well just start calling her Executive
It's a
Director.
director.
And to be honest,
Just change your title.
my line of questioning, honestly, I didn't even know it was you. Some of these positions, I lose track as to who is who in these positions. So I must say that when I had asked regarding what's with this increase, by no means did I have it clear that it had to do with you, but regardless of the fact, even though that I know that it's you, it's still, it's a valid question, I must say. And I attest to the fact that you are a quality employee, your
Thank you.
experience and what you deliver is unmatched. So don't, and I said this to the director of ISD, our line of questioning by no means is to, challenge or hinder, it is not a reflection of hindering, or questioning what your department does. And we get it. But just by you pointing out the fact that one of your employees for 37 years has not received a raise is the very reason why we ask these questions. Because the fact that you are receiving an enormous raise within 2 years, and then we have employees just like her who have been working for the city for I don't know how long, and yet their pay is not a reflection of what it should be, is why we have to kind of be super careful. Not that you don't deserve the raise, but we need to be super careful every fiscal year. It's like, eventually, yeah, maybe we could work towards that, but is this the fiscal year to do it? I don't know. And again, it's because of employees, like, I'm sorry. Kate, yeah,
Kate
it's
King.
employees like, I'm so sorry, we've never personally met, please, I'm sorry. We've never had a one-on-one.
Just business.
But it is because of employees like you that we're trying to advocate for and ensuring that the questions that we're asking is because we want to see a better pay for everyone working for the city across the board.
And I think that happens with the college report. So I think that's when it got adjusted, when the city of Lawrence actually implemented the college report, because that's how people then got their base salary. And that's, what they went based off. And if you see the directors on that grade, that's what they're all pretty much making. And in fact, higher, but that's,
So we gotta start somewhere.
we got to start somewhere.
Thank you, Director. All right,
Thank you.
economic development.
Thank you.
We have to laugh at this job sometimes. If not, it'll
So
drive you
economic
crazy.
development.
Thank you.
the-
Go ahead, Director.
If the budget was 266,839,000, the recommended, the recommended change is a $31,000 increase from last year. And I think that reflects a little bit upon, again, on salary changes. It's right now, it's a 3-person department. There is an administrative assistant, there's a project officer, and there's an economic development director, Mr. Frank Cirillo. I think his request is to increase the budget by having another project officer come in.
Okay,
Okay.
economic,
So now there's a second project officer now, and the increase in the budget went from $152,000 to $179,000 to pay for the second. So that's where the increase in that, the change in that budget comes from.
okay.
So, and the project officers are essentially the individuals who manage the programs that are overseen, whether it's a job creation. They also work a lot with the green energy and other programs which increase, like the electricity benefits that the city's seeing for the residents. Those are all part of the economic development department. So the project officers file those reports and answer to the different state departments.
And we have an economic development project officer now. We have one, you mentioned.
We currently have 2.
2, okay. Okay. I feel like I've never seen them before. All right, one thing I do pertaining to the Office of Economic Development, the director specifically, one thing that I do want to remind, I guess the executive director of this office, I know the director's doing his job. He's everywhere. I love to see it. There's been certain events that overlap with him being a city councilor and him being an employee of the city of Lawrence. So I just want to make sure that the office is properly ensuring that he's taking the time off so that that's not a conflict of interest. So if he's representing the city of Lawrence at an event, he cannot have his city councilor hat on. He's not a city councilor at that moment. He's an employee of the city of Lawrence, and I just want to make sure that that is reflected and that's reiterated, and that everyone's on the same page about that. Other than that, like I mentioned, he's everywhere. He's doing his, and I know he's doing his job. He's been doing a great job, and that's all I have to say so far for this department. Any other comments or questions?
Did we touch on this already?
No, or maybe we did. Oh yeah, they're adding another project officer. Is that the $27,600 difference? The salary raise. For the economic development project officers, the change in amount of $27,600 is a salary increase.
I think the current project officer who's been here for 3 years was doing a variety of things, and I don't believe he was making the 50% there. So when the project officer came in, they both received the increases, and that's why there was a project. I think the two positions were funded, but we never had a second officer. So we've only had a second project officer for the last, I believe, 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
And we've divided it, and so the project officers, one is now handling all the economic projects that deal with, land development, brownfields, energy, and the other one is dealing with the small businesses.
Council Marmy.
Madam
Okay.
Chair?
Let's wait till the Council Marvel finishes her thought.
So just to make sure I have it clear, we have two individuals. One of them was recently, they only have 3 to 4 months on the job. Is that what you're saying for the project officer? There's still an increase of $27,600, so is it split evenly for both of them? Like, walk me through that increase.
I don't believe they're making the same because of seniority, but one's making more than the other based on seniority.
I wouldn't know.
But they both got pay increases based on the Collins report. That's primarily where that number lies.
Okay. Would you happen to know what is the
the
salary range for one of them and for both of them? Because I'm seeing it lumped together. For fiscal year was 152, it's going up, or it's recommended to go up,
Right.
to almost 180. How would I know?
So it went up 27,600.
No.
And,
That's for the two.
being that this employee is fairly new, so you said they've only been on the job for 3 to 4 months, they're due to receive a pay increase already, or do they are they on probationary? Like, I don't know, I feel confused and conflicted.
I'll be specific. It's a transfer position that's the position of, okay, the transfer, not to mention, name, but the transfer was from the mayor's office to the Office of Planning and Development. That's the answer. The
transfer of the 27?
the transfer from one individual to the planning and development. Okay, and also one thing that Dan forgot to mention, that in the department, everybody was juggling, doing different jobs because of lack of staff. They did it for 2 years. And unfortunately, with the workload, each department was trying to, let's say, economic development was borrowing an employee to planning and development. Planning was doing the same with economic development. When there were grants, everybody got involved and tried to work together, and it became kind of frustrating for staff. So that's why the request for additional staff member. So let's say in this case, Dan, as the planning director, can have his team, and then economic development as well can have their team. And the changes as well with other departments, not to abund too much or go too deep, the same applies with the position of Kate and Susan. That's the reason why they're placed under the director.
Okay, so you said this, again, I don't know who we're talking about, don't care. So we have an individual that came from the mayor's office, for two, I don't know, you said they've been with us for 2 years, but they're
Well,
considered a
actually,
new.
3 years, 3 years and a half.
3 years, but wouldn't it still be considered kind of like starting off a brand-new position?
No, as a city employee, that doesn't work like that, in that way. Doesn't work from one department. You're a city employees with your benefits, and salary doesn't go down.
No, I'm not saying it goes down, but they're starting a brand-new position. So are they due for so their start date would be considered from that previous position or from the,
No,
as
from
of the new
position
position?
when they started, yes.
Council President.
Well,
To the,
let me go back on that specific position. We have the directors, we have the financial officer, we have the CAFO. Can you provide, out of transparency, can you provide the current salary of each of those individuals individually?
Yeah, sure.
So we can have that numbers.
It's within the document, right? So, director.
Los 27. Hay que le dan más fuerte. Oh. Administrative assistant, that's not the one. She wants to do it. No, it's
Okay. So the two project officers, one project officer is 75,600, and the other project officer is 104,000. 75,600 for one project officer, and then for the second project officer, 104,000.
Who is
That's the current
who is the
salary.
person making 75,000?
Can we ask?
75,600 is our project officer, Mr. Lamarche. Yes.
and how long has he been with the city?
Over 3 years, or 3 years? About?
So this person,
He's about 3 years, yeah.
Lamarche, that he's been on the department for 3 years.
Yes,
Is making 75,600.
correct.
The other person that has been with the department for 3 months is making $104,000.
But that project officer has
No,
been
on the department
in the department, correct.
for 3 months doing that specific duties. Because if I'm gonna put it in perspective. I cannot do a specific amount of work or without having that experience if I'm there for 3 months. It's like,
I
no
believe
way.
this project officer already had business background.
So more than I will say,
Yes.
put it in perspective, this person is making about $30,000 more than the previous. Compared to the salary, it's about 35% more dollars. So if you put in perspective, that person that is new to the department with 3 months have more experience, under the 35% more experience than the previous person. That's what you're telling me.
The project, I didn't do the hiring, but the project officer, the second one that you're speaking about, did have about 25 years of business development and business assistance experience.
So what was the base salary for the previous person, for Claudia Hoyos?
Back in the mayor's office, I don't have that information. Maybe the CAFA will.
It was about 70 something thousand. 87.
87?
All right, and then he went to the new job with what was the amount that it was higher?
So is this the new salary? Was that the salary? Yes. So it's 104.
So the current salary, when she transferred over to the other department, it was 104.
Yes.
Is that correct?
As project officer, correct.
So it was a transfer?
Yes.
It was not a hiring, it was a hiring process or transfer?
I was not involved in that process because I was not the OBD director at that time, but it's senior advisor. I'll defer to the senior advisor. I was not
Executive.
That's why you're senior
Now you're not an
advisor.
executive?
That's why you get paid the
Come
big
on.
bucks.
You're the executive. Come on.
The
So is this
executive
a
and
new
the
hire
legislative
Or a
branch.
transfer.
I don't have recollection right now.
It's because we know.
Now we in
Okay,
court.
all right.
No, honestly.
Now we in
All
court.
right,
Honestly,
so,
I
have no
I do not
recollection.
have the recollection, and I don't want to misinform, but I can get that information and provide it to you.
Okay,
Council
so-
President, if I would have that information.
Sometimes I don't like to feel like the George, but you guys make me feel like that. How come you not have no recollection?
No, because many transfers, many hires, I don't have the recollection right now.
But I remember things. That's the
And-
problem.
Because
that
at
I
the end of
remember
the day, this
things.
was a transfer.
And it's not-
We know that.
yeah.
It was a transfer.
I mentioned it was a
it's-
transfer.
And it's a transfer from being an executive assistant to the mayor to then this whole completely different economic development project officer. With all those 25-plus years of business experience and economic development experience that was just stated, that person should have applied for a job for this office to begin with. So if that's the case that we want to build, I don't understand why that person wasn't there from the beginning. But to Councilor Marmol's previous point, seeing someone from being an executive assistant to then making six figures makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, and that's the reason why I wanted time to give you the answer, and I will,
Thank you. We
is
appreciate that.
for me, it went through the hiring process. But I cannot say,
For sure.
here
No,
definite, because I need the
Yeah,
documentation. I
We
mean,
got it. Thank
yeah.
you for
Okay.
that. Once
Thank
you
you.
have that, the confirmation, senior advisor, we would greatly appreciate that.
All right, so, Madam Chair, just to conclude this conversation, if I add them up correctly, so essentially, going from 86 to 104, that's about, no, from 86, right? 87. That's about $17,000 out of the $27,000 that we were discussing. So the original question was it split evenly? No, it was not. $17,000 went to one person, who has been in the department for 3 months, and the other $10,000 went to the person that has been there doing that job for 3 years. That's the answer. Even though probably people don't put it that way, but that's what they, I guess that Councilor Mamo was asking. So that's what it is.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments pertaining to economic development?
To the Executive
Council.
Director, through you.
Council President.
No, but I mean, we just want to.
It's easier.
Officially changing the title.
No, I mean, I just want to make sure, like,
I'm a negotiator.
that clear.
I don't know about you. Are we changing the title, Capo? No,
well, at least to make a
Without a
difference.
raise, it's just a title. Just kidding.
Does anybody in your department, under your supervision, that is on what's the address? On Merrimack Street. working on
360 Merrimack Street.
360 Merrimack Street. Anybody from there work on the, everybody under that specific office work on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody from there, it's currently working or have been working, on the last 3 years, remotely?
No. People sometimes when they're out sick, they'll ask if they can continue to maybe get some work done if there's deadlines. And I say sure, but nobody works remotely. Everybody works in the office. There are some people that do come to the city hall a lot, like our grant project director. She does come here because she does work with other departments, but she's based out of 360 Merrimack Street and she works out of there.
So, I just want to make sure, because there's a lot of things that has been said. I want to make sure I have it on record that it's from you,
Yes.
from anybody else. So there is nobody working remotely.
No, not that I'm aware of.
And
Is there any other
no, I mean,
employees? I don't
you're
know.
the director.
No, there's nobody else that I'm aware of. Everybody works
So-
out of 360.
Yes, and how? Let's say perhaps that somebody stay home. How is that communicated through the HR department so they notice? Because at the end of the day, they not on the one person, they under the city, and they liable to the city. So how we notify the
Motion
HR?
to pass 11.
Oh my God.
Motion has been
Second.
made by the Council Marvel, second by Council President. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
So
Continue.
going back, just to make sure we're clear, so nobody under your department is working remotely. So how is the process for somebody that take a day or two, whatever, to work remotely? How the process look like?
So no one
To
takes a
notify
day to work
specifically,
remotely.
like to notify HR, because it's a process. I just want to
Okay.
make sure.
Sure. So no one takes a day to work remotely. As in the time that I have been the OPD director or community development director, people will call out if they're sick, and they will first either text me, call me, send an email. And usually that's what they will do if they're calling out sick. Nobody has called to say, I'm working remotely. Nobody has done that in the about 3 years that I will have in the city of Lawrence.
So essentially, if they sick, they take a sick day
Yes.
and they're still working?
No, so let's say, for example, if I'm out sick, let's just say, I'm gonna use myself as an example, not to say any names of anyone. So if I'm out sick, but I might feel better later if I suffer from migraines, and I said, I'm gonna be out sick today, but I know there's a deadline on this report or something, I'm gonna work on it and I'll send it to you. For example, Sue, I'll send it to you by the end of today. But I'm still out sick, I'm still marking myself as out sick, but I might do some work if I feel a little bit better, if there's a deadline or something that I wanna get done. Nobody needs to do that, it's just sometimes they might if there's a deadline.
I understand, and I understand that, but are they marking the entire day sick or just half of the day
If
sick?
someone, if any of the employees that have been out sick, usually they mark the whole day sick. Anybody of all the whole staff. PTO or vacations, they will also, they submit their forms.
PTO is in the private.
No, but if they submit their forms for vacations or whatever, and some people do maybe say, oh, I'm gonna work on this while I'm on vacation just to get this done, just because not that we request it, some people do. But they do submit their forms, it goes through our finance office, we send it over, to the appropriate office, but everybody submits their form and if they're out sick, they notify the office.
No, I just want to make sure, because we have a lot of people commenting, oh, I don't see this person, whatever. But
Yeah,
I just
we do
wanna ask
work
it
out in the
straightforward
field
to
a
you.
lot. Yeah, we do work out in the field a lot. And I think that the people that are making the comments are not in 360 Merrimack Street, because obviously everyone that's there in our staff, they're all fully there, they're all fully accountable, and they all do their work. And you can ask my teammates that I make sure that everybody does their work, so.
I'm going to ask you directly.
Yeah, no,
that
everybody's-
shouldn't
yes.
be getting the information, because eventually they change their mind. No, it's you.
No, everyone,
charge.
everyone works out of 360 Merrimack Street, nobody works remotely. If people call out sick, they'll call out sick, they send an email, we also have it in writing, and it's traditional in anywhere else, or if they're gonna use their vacation time.
I just wanna make sure, like, there is a process to work
Yes.
remotely.
Well, we don't do that,
But I
though.
mean, if you guys don't do it, that's fine.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes Office of Planning and Development.
Chairwoman, we did have the response, the position was advertised, and it
Okay.
was also legal opinion.
Okay.
So just for the record, we will provide you information, these copies, I just received it.
Thank you for confirming that. We appreciate that. All right. Actually, the last office that doesn't involve Ramona's presentation is the mayor's office. Huh?
Well, good evening again. The, page 28, 29, and 30.
All right.
Whenever you're ready.
We are,
The first question, through you.
Council President.
Where's the chief of staff? He's not here. He's managing this department.
The chief of staff is, has taken off this week for personal reasons.
Does the
And-
chief of staff work remotely?
Sorry?
Does the chief of staff work remotely?
No, the
it's
chief
a
of-
serious question.
No, the chief of staff it does not work remotely. That's not accepted by the mayor's office.
Okay, thank you.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead. Okay, for fiscal year 2026, the administration is submitting to you a budget request that remains at the same funding level that it was in previous years, or previous year. However, one significant change involves the increase of the mayor's salary. This adjustment was approved by the city council during the meeting on December 20th of 2022. For the current members who were not part of the city council at that time, it's important to note that nearly three years ago, the Collins Center, the Personnel Department, and the CAFO at that time conducted a thorough benchmarking analysis of the salaries of all city employees, including the mayors. And I believe also part of the city council. Their findings indicated that the proposed increase is justified to maintain salary parity, comparing other communities similar to Lawrence and responsibilities. I want to emphasize that it was the city council and not the mayor who determined this salary increase.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President.
Well, this was part of the study that
Right.
was presented.
Correct.
The study was not done by the city council. The study was done by the administration for 3 years. Don't say that it was the city council.
No,
City
no.
council approved it, but it was under the recommendation of the study. So don't come up with that.
No,
Let's
let me
continue.
clarify, Council President.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me clarify. I said that this was reviewed by the Collins Center, the Personnel Department, as well as the Office of the CAFO.
3
And
years.
that was, 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago. And that was approved by the city council to review all city employees. The mayor is a city employee as well. So they conducted a research, they did analysis of it, and it was presented to you as the city council. That's what I said. Yeah.
I just don't.
City council everybody received an increase. I have the copy of the decision, by the way. I can share.
Oh, do you have the vote?
I have the vote.
Can you read the vote?
I can say, read the vote. Those in favor were Councilor at Large Anna Levy, Maria de la
Collins report, correct? All right, Collins report, all right.
Maria de la Cruz voted present. Councilor at Large Pavel Payano voted yes. Councilor District D Giovanni Rodriguez voted yes. Councilor District C Gregory voted yes. Councilor at Large Selena Reyes voted yes. Councilor District E Stephanie Infante voted yes. Councilor Vice President District B Estela Reyes voted yes. And there's a mark here of Council President Mark LaPlante. I don't know if he voted yes or no, but at least it's here because it has a circle and a scratch. So it's like a null.
Maybe he wasn't there, I don't know. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all right, Council President, so,
And the recommendation at that time was the change of ordinance, and it was from 100,000, which the sum was, it was stipulated in 2006 for 100,000, and it was changed to 150,000 per January 1st, 2026. So as of January, that's the reason why it was included in the budget, but the amount that was included is only. It's 125.
Done with that?
Yeah.
All right, let me keep on clarifying this. Through you, Madam Chair. It is important to recognize the following. That salary increasement was approved, not to the current mayor. It was approved to the following mayor, which is gonna take place on January at the beginning of the year of 2026.
Correct.
So if that happened to be that is Mayor De Peña, he will then get an increasement of $25,000 starting up at that point. In
Correct.
January. It's gonna be reflected on this budget. I'm helping you out. It's gonna be reflected on this budget, but it's gonna take place next year in January for the next mayor.
Yeah.
So it happened with
this is
the
the same thing
councilor as
with
well.
with the city councilors, that was the
Councilors
process.
at
yeah.
that moment get an increasement of $10,000, and it was to the next council. The next council, people that were there, that voted on there, didn't get an increasement because they were no longer on the council.
Correct.
So
Correct.
I'm
But-
helping you.
But no, but I'm saying that this is within the budget, whether, and thanks for clarifying for the public, but in terms of the budget, it is has been increased accordingly for half of the amount, which was 125.
Any other questions or comments? Council Marvel. Oh.
Senior Advisor, I'm looking at page 29, advertising, line item 5344. Although there is technically no change for this fiscal year, or this fiscal year 2026, just because of the drastic jump from 2025 to 2026, which is now at $70,000, I would like more details, something more itemized as to who is getting paid and for what.
No, that's incorrect, Counselor, and.
In advertising?
In advertising, there's no change. The only change.
No, I know, there's no increase, but because of the previous years,
I mean, we're talking previous years back in 2024, budget year 2024, 23, but there's no increase from previous year budgets. So we are proposing, like I mentioned in the beginning, it's level funded.
okay, so I'll retract the part where I'm saying there was even though I'm not saying that there was an increase. I could clearly see it says $0 in terms of change. but it's still $70,000 for that one line item, correct?
Correct.
So I would like to get more details regarding who is getting paid and for what. In addition to other purchase and services, do you mind going into details as to what does that entail?
So let's go with the advertisement as you first asked. Funds for this line item is being used for direct communication with the public. For notices, I think through the media, as normally has been used like in previous years. It also, it's used for educating the public and for any other media activities that we have.
I still would
It
want,
could be any, for next year, we don't know who exactly is gonna get paid. It could be Eagle Tribune as a newspaper. It could be any other outlet that we're using. It could be used for media. I don't know, for next year, who the city, who the mayor would use, our department would use. It depends on quotes, it depends on RFPs. So we have to go out to bid. But to anticipate who's gonna get paid, we don't know. I can't tell you that.
well, but you have, you do have an itemized in terms of this last fiscal year, in terms of,
Oh, yes, from previous years, yes, we can provide the record.
So-
I mean, I can't say it now because no other departments have been asked to do that. But I can provide you the information as to specifically who received payment for
I'm gonna
this.
be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of this line item, not because it doesn't serve a purpose. Clearly it does. However, I feel like this administration muddies the waters a bit when it comes to advertising, especially when we're going on the radio. Where do we draw the line when we're directing our focus to highlight city stuff and job openings and highlighting, the projects that we're doing in the city versus inflating our candidacy or kind of blurring the lines if we're talking about campaign stuff.
And-
I think
And I would like
that's
to
a
add-
misinformation, though.
but-
What you just said is misinformation.
No, I said, where do we draw, the lines could get blurred.
No, I need to
Especially,
correct.
but when we're on the radio, the mayor does not control in terms of the line of questioning. Sometimes conversations are very spur in the moment. It is not planned. And a lot of radio personalities take advantage of having the mayor before them to speak on issues. And again, the mayor sometimes may not be prepared ahead of time in terms of what is the type of questions that he's gonna be asked. So at the end of the day, lines could get blurred, is what I'm saying. And I stand by the fact that I'm not the biggest fan in terms of this line item because of that reason.
Well, the reason why I need to correct this is, to my knowledge, none of the city funds that are being used for any programs that the mayor is using. This is basically what you see when we, or previously, let's say during this fiscal year, that for advertising in the newspaper, anything related to the city. Or let's say video production that has been made, which the city went through the proper process of RFP. And but not, and I need to clarify it for the record, that no city money has been used for, to pay any radio shows from, or paid any expenses from the city tax, from the city revenue. So taxpayer dollars are not being used for that.
Hold on,
Sorry?
Con-
Who?
Yeah. Council so I've heard advertisements on the radio. I've also seen, and this is my area, right? This is my area of expertise. I've also seen newspaper ads, designs that are very campaignish, that are coming out of city taxpayer money. And this is, I believe, and I don't want to put, I am, in my opinion, I believe Council Marmol is being a little bit nice by saying it could be blurred. It has been blurred. It has been.
I don't listen to the radio.
It has been, and this is, and I know the good thing about, I would say specifically you, senior advisor, when we give you this feedback, you take it and you do try your best, because I've seen that. So if we can get this message to the mayor, like, it is noticeable. And we can sit here and try to pretend like it's not, but at the end of the day, we're all seeing it. And that's not okay either. This is something, I've spoken about this advertisement item as well in previous years pertaining to the mayor's office, and this is what I was afraid of it becoming. There is no one putting, putting their foot down and like, okay, like, let's reanalyze this. And perhaps maybe now moving forward, it's something that you as a senior advisor can sit down with him and like, okay, how can we do this better? So even if that's not your intention, it's perceived that way, because how it's being presented, even if that's not the intention. So sitting down with him, all right, this is a feedback I'm getting. How can we improve this so it doesn't perceive that way when it's not the intention? I think that's the best way to go about it.
I think that could be discussed with him, and I would definitely let him know. But I just wanted to make sure, Councilor Marmol, and just with respect, is that, I mean, I would be the first that would be against it if there's advertisement that has been used for political reasons, because it doesn't only affect the mayor, but it affects also our position as senior advisor and other staff members that makes decision. But funding has not been used specifically to pay, but I can transfer the message to the mayor and let him know that there's concern from the council through the committee that to be aware that if approved, then the funds should not be used for, or at least the message that is given out to the public is not being used as for campaign purposes.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Council Marmol?
And just to add, and this is gonna be my personal opinion, I've seen some of the videos. The quality of some of these videos and then what we're paying them, it's atrocious. It could be done better by a high school student. So, again. Sorry, I'm trying to be professional here.
I think that, sorry to interrupt you, but that message has been conveyed to the senior advisor, I think, multiple times. In the most recent conversation we had about the video and the vendors used for videos, it was the LRA. When you were here as the executive director for the
Correct.
LRA, I also brought this up. So you're very well aware of that. And you're very well aware of the funds that are being spent. So I think Councilor Martin was just reiterating that, but it's not the first time that it has been mentioned at the Budget and Finance
Correct.
level. So he is very well aware of that.
Right. I'm just saying, because I'm seeing, it has come to my attention the amount of money that we're spending on certain services, and it doesn't equate, I'm sorry, the quality of work does not equate to what we're paying the job to be done. But to move along, and I still stand by the fact that I want an itemized list in regards to advertising. That's something hopefully that you guys could provide to all members. I didn't catch the part where it says other purchase services. Although there's no change, it's still $125,000. What does it mean? What does it entail?
Well, other purchase services is for consulting services. It might be for any specific project, could be for legal advice. Sometimes it might be the mayor would like to get additional information that is provided, or the contingent upon, let's say, what has happened in the past. There might be investigations or any other services that certificates that are being used. If there's special recognition, all of that is included within this line item. Sorry? No, printing is I think some of them are being used. Well, what I've seen in certain expenses that has been used for, under this line item.
Please, Madam Chair. So, just to follow up on Councilor Marmol, other purchase and services questioning, I'm seeing here that the actual for 2024 was 12,800, and then the expenditure that you have for 2025 through April 2020 to April to the month of April, you have the amount of 10,877. You budgeted for 125,000. And then, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the trend of your expenditures on that, but you keep on budgeting 125,000 to next year. So essentially, on this budget, you still have $115,000 available for that line item.
Yes.
Are you going to use it within the next month?
Most probably, we may be using it. It's contingent upon what the mayor's priorities are. Yes.
I mean, that's a lot of money to spend in a month.
Well, it depends on how it is. When we first started, right, since you reflected in previous budgets when we first came in, it was, the administration came in, it was a lower number because back then it was different. For the amount of services, we were trying to shape the image of the city. We were trying to hire the appropriate people to do certain studies that we had to do. One of them was the parking studies, and there might be a series of other appropriate consulting services that we will need.
Yeah,
And especially now that we don't know exactly, if we are going to be lack of funding, most probably the mayor, coming from the federal government and the state, he may use consultants to help us out, trying to identify certain projects that he wants to work on. I don't know specifically, and if it's not this administration, it might be the next administration.
essentially, we might go into a economic downfall.
Correct. But
So for us to get ready for that is the first thing that need to be is potentially identifying potential saving. So it's like bringing consultants and spending more money, not necessarily we're gonna have more money if the federal government identifies us as a threat to the administration under the status that we are under. So it's like, I don't know, it's like a tricky situation.
yeah, like I mentioned, it's not necessary what type, the question is what type of consulting services, and that's why I gave it generally. It could be legal, it could be professional in different categories, but it is needed.
Well, essentially, under these purchase of services, your actual for 2024 was about $59,000, but you still budgeted for $125,000. And up to April 22 of 2025, you only have to spend $31,243 when you really have available $202,000. So it's a lot of money. I think that, I don't know, but I mean, we have 1 month going into the budget unless that you're gonna encumber all that fund. And essentially, it's a lot of money. I mean, and yes, it is a huge difference between 2021 budget to 2025 budget. Yes, it is a huge difference in the mayor's office, and I will tell you the difference. Before, there used to be 5 staff, now it's 9 staff. So before used to be the secretary to the mayor used to make $44,000. Now he's making $86,000.
Correct.
Before the budget, the person that used to be doing communication, that position didn't even exist.
My position.
It was budgeted and it didn't exist. Before, obviously, we didn't need a position like yours, an advisory,
Correct.
which is $208,000. Those are the things that are different, and that will make a huge difference on the mayor's office. Of course, those positions were approved by the city council because we feel like it's needed for multiple reasons. I'm not getting into the details of why we were needing those positions. But at least yours, which was ordinance and budgeted accordingly. And yes, it is a huge difference between what happened in 2021 with a budget of about $400,000 to now a budget that we have over $1 million in the mayor's office. So it is a huge difference for sure.
My request to you is this. There's an election year. The same way when we came in, we had to work with the budget, and it crippled. It crippled in the first year. My request to you, because there's an election year, there might be this mayor that is re-elected, there might be another mayor that is re-elected, and we don't want the same to happen. Why cripple another, let's say, if it's this current or the new mayor, and then not being wise in giving him or her the funds that is needed to do their job? That's not fair. I would like you to consider it. There might be many issues that might be encountered in, let's say, as we grow as a community, and that by limiting the funds, you may make it kind of difficult for leadership to use the funds appropriately.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, just one last comment. Essentially, if we are uncertain of things that might happen, but we know that is many cuts at the federal level, we know that those cuts are gonna trickle down to the state level, subsequently to the local level, and subsequently to a majority city like ours, which is one of the few, which is gonna reflect a lot more and a lot more stronger when it comes to funding. So we need to start looking into that, not in a way that, okay, we're gonna hire more consultants to be able to look at that. We need to look at the reality. If you look at the purchase of services on the mayor's office, as of April of this year, of April 22, 2025, you have only spent $31,000 out of $202,000 for that specific line items. So I think that we should be able to identify those easily and be able to do think about in the future how we're going to spend the money and potentially release those funds to the to the general fund if it's not needed, and not necessarily look for a way to able to spend it just because. I mean, if there is a clear, specific path that you guys gonna spend it with the justifications, I mean, obviously, that's what being responsible. That's what it should be.
Correct. It's a check and balance. So that's the way I see it, and the way we prepare the budget. But I do anticipate that for the next fiscal year, there might be different dynamics in which would require professional services for the city, for the mayor's office to hire professional services.
Councilman Luzon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My mic is on. Senior Advisor, I'm going to refer to the Chief of Staff position, and this is why. I haven't seen the Chief of Staff here at the City Council, not in
I was gonna mention that.
one meeting. As a counselor, I haven't received any calls from the Chief of Staff just to talk about things that are concerning to the mayor's office. So I don't understand, why do we need to pay for a position that we don't get to see the person and it's very concerning. I get to see you, but you are the advisor. You're the senior advisor. You're here in almost in every council meeting. You are the one responding to my calls as a city councilor, and you're basically doing two jobs. And we are here, according to your budget, the mayor is proposing $145,600 for this position. So it's really, I'm concerned as a taxpayer, as a councilor, because we're paying for something that we're not getting any service back. I think the responsibility of the chief of staff is to be here presenting this budget, this proposed budget made by the administration. We love to see you here. And even though we have our differences, but we love to see you here. But this is not about you. It's about not having a chief of staff doing the job that he's supposed to be doing. So that's very concerning. And then I see here the mayor requesting a salary. So we're getting calls also. I'm getting calls from my constituents, and this is very concerning. Are we paying for something? For what are we paying?
And
Do we need a chief of staff? Or do we need the senior advisor? Because you're the one doing his job.
And before you answer, Senior Advisor, I would like to add, because I was gonna wait until the end to bring this up, but to make it a full, complete,
Thank you, ma'am.
feedback. Thank you, Councilor Luzon. Obviously there has been some tensions between, the city council and the individual that's currently the chief of staff for another situation. And you and I had a conversation pertaining how one thing isn't about the other, how this title has other responsibilities within the city, which I agreed with you on. And this is one of them. But what I'm seeing is a six-figure salary, this individual blasting city councilors on social media, not working. I'm also seeing and hearing concerns from my fellow colleagues about working with the mayor because of the tensions building up. I understand the sensitivity of one situation, but there are other responsibilities, and there's a professionalism that needs to be upkept. We see in other municipalities where the chief of staff was let go. We see it in another major city within our state where two employees got into a situation. They were put on unpaid leave, and also administrative personnel action was followed up with that. For whatever reason here, we're not seeing any accountability for anything, and that's a concern too. And to Councilor Luzon's point, when we were discussing prior budgets, and your position was reflecting a raise. That is why, and I'm speaking for myself, that is why I never went against your raises, because you're always there. And to Councilor Luzon's point, we've had major disagreements, but when I'm calling concerning city business, you answer and you get information. And that's the side of city business that people don't see. And I did get slack for supporting those salary increasements for your position specifically. But I know what I'm working with as a counselor. And it's frustrating to see what's going on here, and it's frustrating to see, and I don't know, I could be misspeaking at this point, because I don't know how the mayor is handling it upstairs, but from an outsider looking in, I'm not seeing the mayor taking this situation seriously, when at the end of the day, we're 3 government branches, and at the end of the day, we have to figure out how to work. This position, whether it's this individual or not, is supposed to run the mayor's office, which is the executive branch, right? So if counselors are feeling uncomfortable going to the executive branch because of this, that's a problem. And I would like to see our mayor step up and do something about it.
What I can say is thank you for the feedback. That's the first thing. I mean, I need to convey this message to the mayor. I do know that our chief of staff works every day at our office, but I will convey the message and your frustration to the mayor. You can assure of that.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Councilor Luzon.
and you don't need to answer this in your advisor, because I know you are always in meetings and here and there, we see you. I see you. But we're getting calls. There's people here in this building that don't get to see the chief of staff. I don't get to see the chief of staff when I'm here. I don't get to see him in a council, in a meeting. So, and I know you're doing your job, you're taking all our suggestions and comment and frustration and concern, and you're gonna bring that back to the mayor. But there's no excuse for a chief of staff not to be present in a city council meeting. There's no excuse. We are paying, the taxpayers are paying $145 and $600 to a person that doesn't show. So, do we approve this position? Do we ask the other councilors to vote against it? So, this is
Also-
what we are facing right now, Madam Chair.
Also, and I would like this on the record, I'm gonna say this, because it's already public, it's already there. 2 weeks ago, there was a quote by our chief of staff in the From My Corner Rumble edition, specifically stating that myself, Councilor Luzon, and another individual went to HR to interfere with a process, which is a complete lie. And it's quoted. It specifically says it's a quote from the chief of staff. Things like this, that's a problem. And we need the boss to step in, because that's not okay. We talk about misinformation a lot. So everyone needs to hold, even us, we have our own accountability also. How we address things, even this situation, how we address this. But I think it's getting to the point where it is frustrating, and now we're starting to speak up. And please relay this to the mayor.
I will. Again, I will do that, and I will let the mayor know.
And Madam Chair, if I may, and I just want to say thank you. Know that, once again, I'm going to mention, yes, we have differences. Sometimes we're on a totally different page, but.
And sometimes we're in agreement.
Yeah. But I know that I can call you.
Yes.
And I know that I can go to you with my questions or with my constituents' concerns. We are here to work together, but this is how the local government is supposed to work. I do have a question, Senior Advisor, and I know that the mayor's office, with a huge budget, with a lot of positions, but good thing that I don't see no change, which is good. I'm not completely in agreement. I'm not in agreement with all the positions, but it is what it is. And I know the office went through remodelation and all that. I don't see any of these expenses in this budget. I mean, no, the question is, how did the mayor's office pay for the renovations? Because I know they have a bigger office now, more offices available. How do they pay for that?
You want to answer?
And if that money is supposed to come from the mayor's budget instead of other department?
Good evening, councilors. Ramona Sabalos, acting CAFO. It is coming currently from DPW budget for repairs and maintenance.
And it's supposed to happen like that? Because I thought the mayor was supposed to use his budget.
So usually the various departments, like facilities, maintenance, covers the repairs and maintenance in the whole city hall.
And I would like to know if it's possible to share with my constituents how much did he spend in doing this renovation, and if it's possible for the next meeting. if I can get that information.
I can check with the DPW director and get that for you.
Thank you, Kathy, thank you.
Yeah, one thing, Counselor, that we are continuing renovations. I didn't have the numbers, and I knew it was DPW. I wanted to make sure that it comes from the CAFO and that information. But we are going to continue because of just like you're doing here. This looks great. I mean, even you see that it's starting to look better. But I think the City Hall looks presentable to receive the amount of people that
I
comes
agree
to
with
us.
Senior Advisor, the mayor's office looks great, but I also know that we are trying here to save money.
Right.
And I would like to let my constituent know that from where the mayor's office is getting that amount of money. It looks great. It looks great, and we hope that the city council chamber looks great at some point. We are under construction, but we just need to share that information with the public. But yes, the office looks great.
Yeah. I forgot to mention just as a note, if we're done, I wanted to just make a comment on the budget statement that we prepared. There's going to be one change in not one paragraph, it's going to be rephrased. Initially, when we prepared the budget, we received information that the federal government was going to make cuts on the CDBG funding. While we were in Washington, we received a letter dated 14th that would not be the case with the city of Lawrence. So I'm going to rephrase that letter on behalf of the mayor so it could be submitted with the budget. But the time we were in Washington, I wasn't sure because I didn't see the letter, but it was brought to my attention. And I think it was brought to your attention as well through our OPD director.
Through you, Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
You have the floor, Council President.
I have a quick question on that, in general, to Ramona, to the CAFO. So, Ramona, I was reading through contract, and one contract specifically says that longevity is when you have a specific amount of time work for the city, and they use a specific wording, which is continuously.
Mhm.
Is that the definition as of why people get longevity?
Are you referring to the mayor's office in particular?
No,
No, in general.
In general first,
Yes.
and then we go back to
That is correct.
specific.
Yep.
So the longevity on the mayor's office is that person have worked for the city continuously.
That person, I believe, was transferred from the school department, so her longevity does apply, because it's considered part of the city.
All right, just to make sure, there is potentially within the budget,
Mhm.
I haven't identified those yet, but I mean, there's potentially in the budget, people that have worked in the city consistently, continuously, and because of the fact that they worked before and then later and stuff like that. I mean, can you look, I definitely would like to make sure that if we pay longevity, and then it have to be under the definition of,
Yes,
They
per the
continuously
ordinance, it is continuous service.
yeah.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we're at employee benefits, risk management, and other financing uses. How do you like to handle that, CAFO?
I'll try not to bore you, I know everybody has to get up early tomorrow for work, so I'll be as quick as I can. All right, here we go. Ready, set, go.
We're ready for you. What
Okay.
page?
So I'm just gonna give you an overview. The debt, which is the first item, is on page 170. I'm sorry, 141, 142, and the appendix is on page 170. So if you can go to 141, I'm just gonna give you an overview what the debt is. Debt is quick, I promise. Debt must be authorized by 2/3 vote of the legislative body which is the city council in our case. Cities and towns and districts are limited in the total amount of debt that they can have authorized at any time. And Council Marmol, I sent you, per your request, a schedule that shows what our limitations are. But I just wanted to explain, there's something called inside the debt limit and outside the debt limit. Inside the debt limit, it's within the 5% that we're allowed to have, within 5% of the equalized valuation. Equalized valuation is, I don't know if you remember the number, it's $8,320,231,000, which is the city's full and fair cash value. So within the limit is 5% of that, which,
So, through you, Madam Chair. So essentially, that value is that if a billionaire come over to Lawrence and get $101 billion, can buy the entire city. That's what it is? You didn't get it? So
I
if
got
somebody
it.
with a lot of money can
Yeah.
come over and pay
$8 billion.
$101 billion, right? Is it
$8,320,231,000.
Yeah, is that person can own the entire city, right?
I
So
think
that's
so.
the value. I
Yeah.
just want to put in perspective what value we're talking about, because
Yes.
people will say, what
It's the
value, what
full
is
and
that?
fair cash value of properties within the
So
city.
if you want to sell, that's the price.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So the city or town can authorize to have debt over the 5%, which is outside the debt limit, but it has to be approved by the Municipal Finance Oversight Board, which is also MFOB in short. So inside the debt limit is, could be capital assets, equipment, restoration, construction, demolition of public buildings, final judgment, and this is all under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7. Then outside the debt limit, it's mainly water and sewer projects and some school construction projects. And that's under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 8. Our current debt, if you can go to page 141 and 142, it shows the breakdown between the city and school for both principal and interest. But if you want to have a better breakdown, you can go to the appendix section and go to page 170. That lists our debt in a little more detail.
You explained that a bit.
Yes.
second day, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So we did talk about this a little bit. So currently our debt, as of the end of fiscal '25, is $158,850,000. So to answer Council Marmol's question last week, we are within the allowable debt limit per the Mass General Laws.
I wonder if they do.
So if you look on
It's on page
page
170.
170,
Outstanding.
our outstanding debt as of 6/30/25, if you look at the last number, it's $158,850,000. And if you want to look at the water and sewer, the page is right behind it, 171, that's the water and sewer. So we separate the city, school, and water sewer.
Through you, Madam Chair, can you go back to 170 again and repeat the sentence you said? I just want to kind of follow up on what you said on the numbers. Page 170.
So the outstanding debt as of June 30th, 2025, it's $158,850,000. That's the sum of both the city and school, and it's broken down between the principal and interest specific for FY '26, and then the outstanding debt as of the end of '26 is expected to be $150,560,000. All right, so if you don't have any more questions about debt, I can go into the intergovernmental
Let me just
assessment.
double check. Any questions? Or comments? Yeah.
The debt.
So, Madam Chair,
Council Luzon.
so for the people that are watching, so for the FY '26 budget,
Can you repeat, what's the debt on that?
Sure. So the debt on page 141, or 142, has more detail. It's $13,931,083. That's how much we have to pay for both principal and interest, the school and the city.
Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
we did, and for the meeting, we did get into further details about this page,
Mhm.
the second day of our hearing, budget hearings, which is why there, for now, there might not be a lot of questions, but I'm sure there's gonna be some. But I do
Sure.
wanna put that for the record, that we did
Yep.
cover a lot of it.
Okay. Intergovernmental, page 144.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President.
So this, just to be clear, the current debt is on page 171, but the current debt service, which is basically the amount of dollars that we pay, like the mortgage, every year that we pay, is about 13,931,000.
That's correct.
So that's what we pay based on the debts that we have taken, mortgages perhaps, right?
That's correct. The amortization schedule based on our debt, depending on the number of years and the amount, debt falls off and debt is added, so that's what we have for FY '26.
And what is the current debt service capacity that we have? What is that we have?
So I believe this is the page that I forwarded, I believe, to the whole committee. As of the end of July 2024, our remaining borrowing capacity was $155,875,313. That is with a equalized valuation of $6.4 billion. Our equalized valuation of 2024 is $8.3 billion, so almost $2 billion higher. So our remaining borrowing capacity is a lot higher than that. Okay? Okay. Intergovernmental Assessment, page 144. I'll just give you a brief explanation of what they are. State assessment. Cost of living adjustments for non-contributory pensioners. We have a payment plan with the Department of Revenue to pay a balance related to previous overpayments. This started back in 2015, and it will end in 2034. A lot of the assessments here are from the Sherry Sheet. The Sherry Sheet notifies municipalities of the estimated assessment and charges. Special education partially reimburses state for providing special needs education to children enrolled in state hospital schools. Current year charges are for pupils served in the prior school year. Air pollution. To assess municipalities for a portion of the cost incurred by the Department of Environmental Protection in monitoring air pollution levels and enforcing air quality standards. This is something we get from the state. We don't have a say on it. This is based on population. Another Sherry Sheet assessment is the Regional Transit Authority. Council Rodriguez had a question on this. Okay. You want to go back? Oh, gosh, yes, okay. To assess municipalities to provide for a system of regional transportation in proportion to the estimated cost of the routes in the community. This is also an assessment through the Sherry Sheet. The Registry of Motor Vehicle Surcharge, I have a little more information that I can provide you versus last time. So the RMV marks the license or registration for non-renewal for non-payment of motor vehicle excise. So you don't pay your motor vehicle excise, they mark it at the registry. You have parking violations they don't pay, they mark it at the registry. When you go to renew your license or registration, you're marked. For every time that they mark it at the registry, they charge $20. So when you come and pay it at the tax collector's office, that $20 is the tax collector charges the person for the $20. So we do get that $20 back. Remember you asked that question? Okay, just wanted to clarify. Merrimack Regional Planning, this is not through the Sherry Sheet. This is a letter we get from them directly, in accordance to Chapter 40B of the General Status, Chapter 849. This is a share of the population. It's about 15 communities in the Merrimack Valley, and we're one of them, and it's based on the population. So per capita, they give us an amount of the services they provide, and for this year will be $35,000. So basically, most of these assessments are from the cherry sheet, with the exception of the state assessment and the Merrimack Valley, the Merrimack Regional Planning.
Councilor President.
Just a quick question. This is basically to being a member of the Merrimack Regional Planning? They charge us $35,000, basically?
Yes.
I want to know, like, what is it that they provide out of that $35,000? I know that they provide all the services, engineering services and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But no special project, just under that specific, what is it that they provide so we can know, like, exactly, as being a member of, this is what you get.
Yep, okay,
Thank
I
you.
can get that for you. Employee benefits, page 146. So we start with the pension assessment. The Public Employee Retirement Administration Commission, which in short is PERAC, sends the fiscal requirement for appropriation. Under the City of Lawrence, we have 4 units. We have the City of Lawrence, which makes up the city and the school. We also have the Greater Lawrence Regional Vocational Technical School. We have the Lawrence Housing Authority and the MVRTA, which I believe is MEVA. So these are all units within the Lawrence retirement system. So that assessment is what they send us for their pension, $10,869,718. Under other charges, we have unemployment, level funded. Then we have Medicare, which is 1.45% of the salaries. Group Insurance Commission, GIC. We have quite the increase. It's all across the state. Actually, I would say all of our health plans went up. It's hard to predict what people are going to have next year. I mean, people can be switching from single to family, from family to single. They can be switching plans depending, what's better for their financial. So it's hard to predict, but considering a comparison between the last year's plans and this year, we have $1,059,917,000 increase. Group life, level funded. Dental, we're self-insured, level funded as well. Other uses, we do have trust funds that we've set up in the past that we like to keep funding. Uncompensated absences, this is the account we use when we have payouts for employees that are retired or separate from the city. So we have to pay their accruals, vacation, sick time that they've accumulated. So a lot of that, the activity in that account needs to be replenished. Workers' compensation reserve and reserve for ILD, these are the charges we have for the injured in the line of duty. So also we have medical bills that are public safety officers, police and fire, they get hurt on the job. So we do have to pay for their medical bills as well. Risk management, page 148. That is our property insurance and auto insurance. Level funded for FY26. It's a good thing.
Council President.
Did you look into what we were discussing before?
Please
On
remind
that,
me.
auto insurance? Before, we were having a conversation right before that then. And we were talking about how the state actually look for
Yes,
saving on the insurance.
I do remember that.
Okay, and then, but you forgot.
I think I was a little traumatized from that incident, so I think I forgot.
I got you. So essentially, they have policies
Yes.
that allow the auto insurance to go down. And with those policies in place, they ensure that insurance agency see the state as lower risk to potentially have an accident with an out of state vehicle. They don't allow those vehicles to go out of state. And I was asking you also to kind of like well-define people that can take their vehicle home. And if they are not on call, or if they are not a on-call employee, perhaps, that they can definitely keep those vehicles within the city limits and potentially be able to reduce those risks and subsequently reduce those $500,000 on our insurance.
Yes, I will definitely follow up with our insurance and see if there's any savings in that, and I will let you know.
Yeah, it's specifically potentially first putting those policies in place, and hey, if you're not on call, or if you're not
Yes.
required by the city to be on an emergency basis or whatever, they have to leave their vehicles here. And another thing that I was telling you is that the state, for those that take those vehicles home, they charge. They charge $3 a day. And it might not be much, but if you add it up, that's $1,000. That's that's almost $1,000 something a year that people prefer to just leave those vehicles home.
Right.
Those vehicles are within the city limits or within the state limit or whatever, not necessarily taking it home. So it's a formula within the federal government that they're required to do
Okay.
if they take those vehicles home. So essentially, those kind of like, allow the state to have policies that reduce the auto insurance
Yep. Okay.
situation.
We'll definitely look into it and provide you that information. I'll follow up with our insurance company. Our last section, page 150, other financing uses. Transfers to capital projects, you might remember as a PAYGO capital that we usually come to you every year. This is Chapter 58, Section 9 of the Acts of 2010, Financial Stability of the City. It's meant to create a reserve for maintaining and providing capital funds for the different departments. So at least 1.5 of the amount of property taxes committed for the previous year. So last year, our commitment was $88 million. So 1.5 of that is the $1,325,743. So that is a form of PAYGO capital, which we use for various things. I believe last year's PAYGO capital was provided to the DPW department, then they're doing the renovations and construction on Essex Street, the sidewalks and so forth. So that's what that's for. Contingency reserve account, that is a reserve we have for, as I mentioned earlier, we do not have union increases in the budget because all our unions' contracts expire as of 6/30/2025. So this is a reserve to make sure that we have money in the budget for next year.
Council President.
Yes, I didn't cut what was the percentage off?
The 88 million,
For that 1.325.
so it's 1.5% of the 88,382,893. That's that was our levy last year.
So what was the number out of the levy?
88 million,
5% of the levy.
1.5%.
1.5% of the levy
Yes,
of last year.
yes.
Okay.
So 88,382,893.
893 at the end.
893, yep. 382. 382, 893. And that is it for me.
That concludes tonight's budget hearing.
Oh,
Motion to recess.
Hold on, before we motion to recess, tomorrow we have a regular scheduled budget committee meeting at 6. We only have 3 items. So please come on time so we can start on time. So I'm hoping that it'll only take a half an hour or less so we can have a little break before our budget hearing because it's going to be another long evening tomorrow. So please be on time, counselors, at 6 p.m. Now can I get a motion to recess?
Motion to
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Wait, who made the motion to recess?
Oh,
I did. Second.